I can't believe the night lay waste to all we'd given. But honestly, you've gotta know that this ain't living. But we could run from Elysium and let it burn, let it burn. You've gotta know that nothing lasts forever. I can't believe myself. I never thought that this would be our end, but it's nothing new. And my lover's honesty, I can push it back down if I have to. If you want me to, 'cause we can run. Stars they fall all for you. So tell me now, what's left to lose if we run?
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we're gonna let it out. Tonight, we're gonna let it out. Tonight, we're gonna let it just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we're gonna light it up. Tonight, we're gonna light it up. Tonight, we're gonna light it up. Just like the sunrise, we're gonna light it up.
यार गेम क्या सुपर स्मूथ चल रहा है.
Asus गेमिंग लैपटॉप, वो भी अमेजिंग डील के साथ. And I can pay आराम से with a 12-month no cost EMI. Crazy!
कहाँ से लिया?
Bro, JBL earbuds at 45% off. उसके ऊपर free Kindle and Audible subscriptions. Can you believe it? अब ये देख.
Whoa.
शांति.
कहाँ से लिया?
Sorry.
Hey, you! I'm tracking my run on this new smartwatch I got. Noise का 70% off.
ओह,
मैंने सोचा ऐसी डील पे मैं भी अपनी फिटनेस बढ़ा लूं. Seamless Bluetooth calling? Hey, I'm running towards you. Yeah. ये देख, I just got this Intel Evo laptop in exchange for my old one. 20,000 बच गए. बस 99 rupees में extended warranty. Plus 20% off भी मिल गया. Pretty sweet deal, right?
Totally feel you, bro. This iPad was always on my wish list. Got the latest one at a great deal and saved $8,000 in exchange for my old phone.
Hey, what's up?
सबको इतनी बढ़िया डील्स मिल रही हैं। ये सब कहाँ से लिया?
Amazon से लिया.
Amazon Great Indian Festival से.
Amazon Great Indian Festival पर मिलेंगे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स पर जबरदस्त डील्स, नो कॉस्ट EMI, एक्सचेंज ऑफर और सेम डे डिलीवरी।
अब इंडिया बोलेगा Amazon से लिया।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LG Ultragear presents the Challenger Series powered by Amazon. It's an amazing day to tell you what we've got in store for you today. But before that, let me tell you who our partners are. Our gaming partner, Intel. We've got our GPU partner, Zotac. Memory and storage partner, Crucial. Laptop partner, Asus. And of course, Loco as our broadcast partner. We are back with another day of action. And today, it's me, Universe, and CCV taking you all of the games through today. And I'm really excited for it. How do you feel?
Man, this is the crux, right, of the group stage of the Challenger Series. Now, to all the viewers, if you guys have been tuning to us ever since day one of our qualifiers, you would know that we currently have the 8 best teams from South Asia and Southeast Asia pitting against each other day after day, best of one after best of one. But now, day number 5, it's the second last day, yet it's a very influential one for a particular reason. Because today's the day we'll be confirming for the most part a couple of the teams who will be securing a spot in the playoffs, and also maybe we shall have some teams who may not be able to secure that spot and thus be exiting from their journey. Now, granted, to all the viewers watching, if you have a particular team of yours who are your favorites, you know, perhaps you really like Velocity or you really like Fancy United, don't worry. You will be seeing your favorite teams play out all 7 of their games. However, to progress further out of this pool of top 8, only the top 4 will be moving on, where they'll have a chance to play for that prize pool of $30,000 US.
Yeah, and you know, given that it is a situation where a lot of teams right now are in the same pool, where we've got, you know, teams at the situation of being in tied places, for example, Revenant and franchise players who both have 3 wins and 2 losses each. They're 2 games away from, you know, their final to get to their final stage in this competition, and either one could go up or down. Both of them on 3rd and 4th position right now, respectively. Velocity yesterday making up 2 wins to come to, I think, right now in number 5. They beat Xerxia, and I think Xerxia have a really interesting position themselves. A team that we expected to be in the top 4 right now is currently, I think, sitting in 6th, followed by Ultragear on 7th and Estar in number 8.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have a complete look at the standings right now, but point being that we are seeing a lot of upsets take place, and I think the biggest one is Estar's performance. You know, they definitely were on that high pedestal, but for their side, they underwent major roster changes just days, I mean exact days before the start of this Challenger Series, which ultimately has led to not the best of performances from Xerxia, shall we say. But still, they're trying their best. You know, we'll be seeing their upcoming matches. We'll be seeing exactly how they'll be playing. But now it's time to talk about in detail also the full standings. Universe, you mentioned some specific teams who are definitely of interest right now, particularly Velocity with their 2 wins yesterday. But starting from the top, Bleed, Fancy United and Reverend. These guys, will be seeing Bleed and Fancy United today play a couple of their matches, and as long as they can get another win to their name, I mean, for Bleed, this is going to be their final match, you know, the one that we'll be seeing. Most likely, Bleed are looking at a confirmed spot in the playoffs. Where exactly shall they stand in the standings? That we'll find out. And same goes for Fancy United. These 2 teams, they've been having excellent journeys.
Yeah, and I don't think that Revenant's going down either. You know, it's only customary that they could be going 4-3. I think their last match is against Velocity, which they will be playing, I think, tomorrow. But for now, it is all up to Velocity to make this work. And franchise players, they've got a game today against Ultragear, who themselves haven't been looking too pretty, right? They have got 1 win, which is against the side of franchise players itself, which is a difficult pill for them to swallow, because I think that they will need that 1 win today, right? They will really need it. And Ultragear also have a chance. If they win all the games from this point on forward, then they will have a chance to go further in this competition. But it really looks unlikely that the bottom 2, Xerxia and Estar, make it through. Xerxia, a little bit unpredicted, of course, but
yeah, I mean, it is unlikely. It's not impossible just yet, but I gotta agree with you. a lot of things need to go in their favor. However, right now, well, speaking of one of the teams, who are not having the best of journeys, they'll be facing off against the team at the top of the standing. So this is a proper David versus Goliath situation. All of us find ourselves in Bleed Esports up against Estar Esports. Now, Bleed Esports, their journey, I gotta say, time and time again, it has been tremendous what they've been able to achieve so far in this entire Challenger Series. They were one of the invited teams, and they have shown to everyone why they deserve that invitation spot. Indeed. Because you put them right amongst the very best, they will still come out on top. And these players in front of us, we have seen their performance for the past couple of days. We are extremely familiar with this lineup and what they are capable of achieving.
Yeah, indeed. And if you look at, particular performances, this lineup has got, of course, everyone who's, a good player who has been performing way beyond his capabilities in this tournament. And particularly, I think it's been, JH and Darion who have been the backbone of this team as the chamber and the initiator. Juicy, of course, he's got his wits about him. He is the player who everybody looks at as the flashy jet, as the Raze who wants to take over with his utility and his satcheling in sights. But I think that it is Darion who has been, that consistency of this team apart from JH. Crazy guy as well, pitching in. He plays a Fade, he plays different agents. Yeah. But I think overall, Darion deserves a lot of credit for where his team is currently standing.
Absolutely, Darion does. And yeah, everyone in Bleed, they fulfill their own roles. Even Rekla, we didn't mention him just yet. However, his presence in the server can be felt as that controller. His team, whenever they need him, he'll be there with the smokes, with the utility, or with the gunpowder. And speaking of gunpowder, firepower as well, Estar Esports definitely not lacking in that. However, some of their recent performances, one could argue, haven't been the very best. They have got star players. They have got amazing performances. We have been seeing, players such as Sami give it their all. Even Zizbu, once he's in the server, individually, Estar will be looking for those shining moments of theirs. However, as a team, they're still looking just for that first win. They're still looking to register a big hit on their opposition.
Indeed, that big hit could have come against franchise players. When they were 12 and 10 up, it could have finished right then and there. Unfortunately, to lose out 16 to 14, but now Sami, he's going to be looking for that, revenge, but against another team, because they're not going to be facing off FPS again. And across both sides, you can see that, Juicy has clearly been the more influential player for his team. He's got the 18.5 average kills across the tournament, which is a pretty great number to have. And there are players who are, even far above him, which, includes players like Nizzy, SK Rossi, Lightning Fast, and people. But in head-to-head against these two players, Juicy clearly takes the cake. Sami has been that, knife-edge player for his team. He is the jet, because, ZSB takes the chamber role pretty seriously, and he's been pretty good at it as well. But I'm still worried as to how they're going to perform on this map of Haven, because Bleed have got a pretty decent history, I should say, on Haven.
Yeah, I got to say that for the side of Bleed already, them having this history on Haven, having played against Xerxia, having shown incredible force, means that Estar will have a lot against them. Universe, we were having this conversation early on that even Estar have played the map of Haven. However, it was in the qualifier stages of the, of this Challenger Series. They had played it against Goblin attackers. They end up winning. However, there's a major difference in the kind of agent these teams are going for. They're looking for that same double initiator kind of play. However, Bleed really prioritize on one thing. It's that on their attack, they will have Juicy on the jet. Plain and simple. No one is arguing that. However, every other agent that every other player is going for, they will be picking such an agent, is that on attack, if the spike goes down on C, B, or A, they will be able to prevent the spike from being diffused. Let me give some examples of that. Rekla will be on the Astra. We saw that against Xerxia. The Astra, if someone is diffusing a spike, gravity pull them off. they can't do a lot. JH will be on that breach. We'll be seeing a Sova. We'll be seeing a Killjoy being picked out as well, I believe, from Crazy Guy. So a lot will be picked off, and Bleed will be looking to, you know, essentially not allow Estar to defuse the spike. But do you have any thoughts on Estar's composition and what they may be going for?
Well, they do go for a pretty peculiar, lineup, which was the only one that we saw them play against, which was against Goblin Attackers in the qualifiers, where they had a Breach Fade, Chamber Jet, and I think Omen. It was a pretty, I don't exactly know what they're going for here, having a Jet and a Chamber on Haven, because one operator role should be enough, and the other one can be, taking up a different duelist if need be, or, a Fade, a Killjoy if you possibly want. But all of that is for us to speculate once the match begins, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Aggressive and Baba waiting for us. What do you guys think? Are we going to see Estar take it home today?
Well, thank you so much for that lovely analysis, CCV and Universe. And to answer that question, it's a difficult task for Estar Esports. I have to agree, because the number of matches that we've seen, I understand that they went all the way to overtime with franchise players. But all in all, I would say that Bleed would just, easily take it out up against them.
Again, Bleed is just uncontested. They have a completely clean record, and the way that everything just panned out for them, it's just perfect. And I love the fact that you analyze the fact that, hey, Estar, looking at their composition, CCV, I completely agree with you. Their composition feels a little bit faulty. I understand they want to go in for the much more comfortable strategies, but on the map of Haven, comfort really doesn't mean that you can win it. This map is one of the few maps in the entire game where I honestly do believe having a set play or having a set composition where you can constantly evolve, adapt, and just bring in different forms of strategy is the most crucial part of this particular map. And it's going to get even more difficult for Estar unless they have a composition that can match the flow of what Bleed could go in for. Zeesby, again, they're going in for the double operator setup, just as Universe mentioned, but Micro on the breach could be the make it or break it for them. Double Initiator is present, but this double Initiator composition has a couple of flaws, because yes, the Chamber is extremely powerful when it comes down to working the map and slowly going in for lurks, but having a little bit more utility on their side will be so much more drastically better at the end of the day, because again, Haven, one of those maps, you can't play without the Sova, but what you cannot play without is a sheer level of utility that will allow your team to just be a lot more diverse in their strategic prowess. While Estar, their composition feels a lot more telegraphed, but for Bleed, you can't really put a finger on what they could do or how they're going to play the map down the line.
And if you can make a difference between the Chamber versus the KJ, Chamber, on the other hand, he'd be extremely strong when it comes to eco situations, mainly because of his Headhunter and Tour de Force, if he has the necessary utility orb. And then you have the KJ, in which you have a lot of denial utilities, like the Alamo bots, you even have the nano swarms, the turret, and how can I even not forget about the lockdown, in which it's been heavily countered from Micro's aftershock. So all in all, you could say the counter has been present from EST's end, but it always relies on how Bleed would use the utilities against them, since they'll be the ones on attack. So on defense, Estar Esports, they might have a bit of some problems. Maybe, even if they do, hoping that winning out the pistol rounds, maybe, winning a lot of thrifty rounds could help them, have a decent lead. But this is Bleed Esports we're talking about, man. And I've got to say already, by starting out the pistol round itself, we're going to see Retla starting to take off his first frag by removing Sami.
Yeah, that was quick and clean. We just jumped straight down over into the fray in a couple of seconds. And Retla, with the classic at that range, was able to find that first engagement. Estar, maybe a bit too aggressive when it came down to the mid push without any form of backup. Really did get caught off guard with Sami being the casualty, and that's a big hit. They wanted to play aggressive, but that aggressive strat just did not pan out in their favor. Cortez gets the first bout of information, has the calls given to his teammates as well. They're going to rotate in towards the A side. But Cortez, maybe he could be biting up a bit more than he could chew here. He's possibly caught. They're going to run on in. That's probably a kill, but no, Cortez still lives. But the aftershock is just so beautiful. Catches him out. That is all that they need to survive.
Look at the huge flank that Retla has been doing as of now. Beautiful headshot to remove Micro off. And with it, it's just the Zeesby and Dominic left in a actually a 2v3 situation. Well, he succeeds in removing Retla off. You still need to be careful on this post plant. He only has 3 bullets left with the headhunter, misses the first, and now with the information being given, the flash will force them to fall back. With Dominic being less amount of HP, it's going to be difficult to handle this crossfire angle being placed from Bleed's end, and Darion making sure that he won't be able to get one and the second from J Hatch. The frenzy is looking very powerful from his end, and Bleed will secure their first round on pistols.
Absolutely beautiful. Each and every play made by them was perfect. Bleed, they just worked the map beautifully. They read into the aggression coming in from Estar. They played the crossfires gorgeously as well. And even if they lost out on a couple of their gunfights, it's completely fine because the crossfires are set up in such a way that even if you lose a fight, you're still going to win out on the trades regardless. And that is what Bleed is showcasing. That disciplined play is what's giving them that edge right off the bat in the pistol round. But for Estar, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt while they still try. Maybe stabilize, but that over-aggressive peak could just be a thing.
I believe there was a bit of an info peak from Zsb, and once he tried to go in for the peak itself, he did get picked out from Redla, who was just patiently waiting for him to arrive right at his crosshairs. And look how quick Bleed is when it comes to getting information. They're already using their smokes to block lines of sight. Instant control from A side. They won't be having any contest being made from ESG's end, mainly because they know it's an eco round. They won't be bringing in any stingers, just the usual, pistols and the shotguns. Secondary shotguns, that is. And let's not forget, they have a total of 4 bulldogs instead of specters. So at the bonus round, Bleed can still have a chance to secure even more further rounds with the EST not being able to remove a single player out from Bleed.
Where do they think the turret is? Wait, what was that score? Confirmed. Wait, that was the alarm bot, but still the alarm bot's not gonna get caught. Redland's gonna be more than alive. Gets the spray and he gets the 4K to boot. Possibly an ace here, but Cortez, yeah, I don't think he's gonna get that kill anytime soon. Darion over towards the corner, trying to find maybe a frag or 2. Cortez pulls out the knife at the worst possible time. And Darion catches him on the timing with his pants down. Retla on the flank though, god damn. He holds it down like a Chad and he doesn't miss a shot because of it. Perfectly done as Bleed. Take a 0-2 scoreline to start things off with Shebak.
Even with the concussion, ESG wasn't successful on removing the flank out from Bleed's end. Now on round number 3, as you can see in... as you can see the weaponries from Bleed itself, 4 bulldogs and 1 vandal, and let's not forget about the lockdown that Redla has as of now. This round number 3 will be crucial for EST, is because if they cannot secure round number 3, then it will be even much more problems for them to deal with. And look at Bleed on how aggressive that they're here, making it all the way towards mid. Trades will be made, but Sam will make sure to get the advantage back at the hands of Team Estar. Now they have to proceed with the plan. Much more careful about this smoke. ZSP, good shot. Reduce 1. Beautiful shot being made from Dominic with the help of Paralysis. Make sure that Estar will secure their first round on defense in round number 3. And again, I cannot say Paralysis, but no, it's the ability, the smoke, the flash ability that the Omen had. I believe it was... What's the name again? Aggressive?
Paranoia.
Paranoia, yes, Paranoia.
I
forgot about that. Yeah.
It happens. Omen's Paranoia is one of those things that, yeah, you remember it exists. When you're on the attacking side, you push into a side thinking that, oh, he's already used it to try and stop us. 2 seconds later, he uses the Paranoia and kills all of you. And then you're just sitting there being like, huh, still saving it, isn't he? It's a very forgetful ability at times, but for Bleed, that one ability really did cost them the entire round. That rush over towards the B side was slightly questionable to say the very least, but completely fine and dandy at the end of the day. But Rekla, his positioning is so good here. No one's even cleared him out. He can just hold down from the back end of this. They are not aggressively pushing from the side of A-Short, but this could just be detrimental as well to their side. But nope, ZSP misses the shot, and god damn, that was a slap to the face. That can be a costly one. Tommy's gonna be able to take down one more at the end of the day. Cortex with the double kill. The collateral's gonna be good, but Josie's trying to equalize things out. It sends us over to a 2 versus 2 situation as they survive for just a little while longer. 2v2 on the map. The retake should be good. But again, the most powerful ultimates that the members of Bleed had on their arsenal are not present for them to try and get this point.
Spike planted.
EST still have a chance to bring this back, especially when you have the paranoia from Dominic. All it requires is just perfect timing, and look how aggressive Bleed is going as of now, removing players instead of focusing on removing one of the players itself, but at least equalize it to a 1v1. It's all at the hands of Juicy, while Micro takes some minor damage. He will be fine as of now. Denial will be made. Spike defuse. Oh, peaks will be made, and Micro will get the kill as well. Equalizer will be made from the side of EST as they'll secure 2-2 up against Team Bleed.
Stay out of my way.
I thought that he would jiggle the corner instead of opting for full-on swing. Juicy maybe feeling himself a little bit too much here. It'd just be costing him down the line, but goddamn Cortez, that collateral was just perfect. The spray down hatches out the two players, shutting them down, sending them back home, and for Bleed, that's a pretty hefty hit. And again, sometimes I feel as though the members of Bleed just forget the idea that there could be a player in heaven. Now, this is what, the third time that they try to jump one down? Sorry, the second time they've tried to jump one down over onto heaven where one of the players just caught them off guard. You need to clear out the angles and you need to think of all of the possibilities. And Bleed, maybe a little bit slower on the take here for the starting of this matchup, but I do believe with these semi-buys that they have gone in for, it should be enough for them to turn things around. Juicy opted to go for the full buy here, primarily because he's going to have his Blade Storm soon enough in the second round, even if he dies out early.
And this time, I'll just play accordingly to picks from Bleed's end. Shall get to see Darion play very much more on an aggressive state all the way towards mid. I believe CSB has no idea on Darion's whereabouts. Meanwhile, on the other hand, we get to see Sami succeeds in his long-range gunfight all the way towards A long, and CSB gets one more as he removes Darion up, which means that with two players out on the hands of Bleed, it will be even much more difficult for them to proceed in towards the side. Now, Crazy Guy might be able to find a loophole from EST that he could exploit. Be careful from the Heavens' side. Here comes Crazy Guy. This time removing out Sammy, which means that the op won't be available for ESG to hold their ground out properly. Succeed on post plant. And some certain utilities, ESTs, needs to secure this post plant.
Last player standing.
Start to figure out what exactly is dropping for them here at ZSB though. You gotta love it when you see it, and you gotta love the celebrations from him as well. This man's dancing on a scam for a reason. He knows what he did. I got a 4K to boot, plus he has the 2 to force in hand as well. The double sniper rifle can come on down through if they wanted to. But for the members of Bleed, they're showcasing some cracks in their strategy. The members of Estar slowly but surely chipping away with them until completely fall apart.
Looking at Estar in this particular round, you get to see numerous amount of abilities still being available for them. You even have the Rolling Thunder and also the Nightfall, which can help them not only just get information, force them to lose majority of the gunfights, mainly from the concussion itself. So Reed also has the same thing too. Darion with the Cosmic Divide, which can help him block the whole entirety of the A site, or maybe they could, block the whole C place itself. And it's a very powerful tool to be using, especially when you go in for the execute. The only difference is that once you use the Cosmic Divide, Estar Esports will at least be in a way that they would be forced to play post plant, and they're not gonna invest on utilities. One-way smoke from Dominic. This way, at least he'll be able to have some good information towards players who is making the push towards the garage's side. Now it's always about the info game and seeing how many utilities that they can be able to waste in this particular situation. Now currently some smokes will be laid out, but since you're playing as the Omen, it's just cooldown based, right? You just need to wait for a certain amount of seconds, then and only then you'll be able to use the smoke once more. Location will be revealed from the Owl drone, and with it we get to see Sami forced to fall back in a way that he'll be able to hold his rotation elsewhere. And I believe he wants to make an aggressive approach towards the Asus' side. And the timing is very crucial here. He might be able to find one. Oh, there you go. That's one. And that removing off breach will cause a lot of chaos. And Cortez, my goodness. What a shot. What a play from Cortez. Once again, as he removes Jaren out of the equation. And with the Cosmic Divide being in use all the way from A side, that confusion might have given ESG the win that they required.
10 seconds left.
They're going to get it regardless here. Nothing's going to happen to him. Cortez just flicks around, catches Crazy Guy as well. Retla, only one remaining. And again, the members of Bleed, you have so many powerful ultimates. Why aren't you going for an execution on top of it? I just don't understand what's really happening to them. Yeah, 2 consolation kills for Retla, but he's not getting any value out of it now, is he? Those kills are just to pad his stats on the scorecard, but that's pretty much it. They have a Breach ultimate, a Killjoy ult, and they use an Astral Divide to get their way in closer to his site. But at the end of the day, why are you starting to take engagements without throwing up your ultimates? I understand you want to go in for a slow push from the side of A short and then use the ult when you get close to A short, but you need something to clear out A short first. You know that Sami loves to play with an operator. Are they not expecting it or something?
No charges left.
I believe the main goal for Bleed is to see whether how many ultimates could they use in round number 6. So hopefully on this round itself, they would have even much more advantage. So there you go. With Bleed, with Team Bleed showing their presence off from the A side, it will be post plant for EST. And this will be a do-or-die situation for EST to figure out if they could handle out this lead in the first half on defense. So every single utilities will be used from the defensive side, especially Cortez with his Nightfall. Let's see, will it work out for EST with the push bin happening around? Even the counters pick will be made from the Bleach's Rolling Thunder. And now, we have to see whether if EST can hold their ground. I believe so. Sammy starts it off with a bang. Blade Storm to remove 1. Unfortunately, not enough Blade Storm left for Juicy's end. They're going to go in for an attempt of a post spike defuse, but he's forced to fall back, mainly because of the smoke. And JH, he will get 1. He will successfully force EST out of that place and give the win for the side of Team Bleed instead. Kind of agree. Those nano storms which are still present at that moment, EST took a lot of time when they, went in for that push. But once an attempt was made, there was no going back. And once they realized that the timer was about to turn down to 0, EST, they had to fall back. They had no other choice.
They wasted so much time, and in the most beautiful fashion as well. You could be saying that, hey, Crazy Guy just got killed for no apparent reason, but no, Crazy Guy sat there inside of Hell through so many of the ults being thrown in from his own Breach and also Micro. Both of them used their Rolling Thunders in this engagement. And because of it, that was a complete and utter catch as well. They had to clear out Crazy Guy, and they had to fight through the Rolling Thunders to try and get in towards the sideline, which wasted, what, about 10-20 seconds already? And those 10 and 20 seconds start to add up when you know you have a Killjoy on your team. The postplans were just so beautiful coming in from Bleed. As soon as they get the plan down, they know what they need to do. But the thing is, Bleed are not showcasing proficiency in the way that they're entering the sites, and that's one of the main reasons why I don't like it.
Down, C.
And it happens once again.
With JH being eliminated countless amount of times from either from Sammy or from Zbees, he's gonna put a major dent towards Bleed, especially in towards post plant. The positionings that Bleed is playing as of now, they're playing all the way towards C long, hoping to find one of the flankers, Sammy, with the open hand, will be detected from the turret, and somehow he gets away with yet another kill, this time removing Darien off. He won't be able to use the gravity well, mainly because Sammy just destroyed him.
Right there.
And now EST now have a chance going for the spike defuse here.
You can't even do anything here. How do you clear out Sammy? How do you clear out every single player over on the back end of this? Postplan's just not gonna work. Again, it's all about the timing from this situations. They're gonna get the diffuse done, but it was a little bit too tight as well coming in from Estar. Not as clean as you would have expected, but for Bleed, this is just a rookie level mistake. Don't you think anyone's gonna push your smoke? Where's the nano swarm? Where's the couple of stuns that you normally place over on that corner before you opt to go in for a push? Where's the flash over on towards the cubby corner? There's so many different things that you need to do, but the members of Bleed, they're not doing any of that. And if they start underestimating their opposition, then Bleed, they're already down 5 and 3. They need to be careful, because that is gonna build up slowly but surely, and as soon as it does build up, it could just go to the point of no return.
Especially forcing Bleed in a difficult situation for them to win thrifty rounds. It's going to put Team Estar Esports on an even more better advantage. So many utilities being used, aftershocks after aftershocks, and Darion somehow getting away with a headshot towards Zbe with a stinger. Now Crazy Guy might need to find out yet another way. Sam's gonna miss the opportunity, so he'll be forced to fall back, not being able to have any problems at all. And here comes Micro for the success, protecting his teammate.
One
Only have a minute left, and Darion, good attempt with the singers. He will land at least one headshot, but Micro will stay alive. JH
Nice shot.
won't be having any problems at all. Good headshot to prevent that. A trade will happen at that too, but in a mere 45 seconds, he's left all by himself. At least he still has a spike in hand, and maybe Dominic might be able to do something about this, or maybe we could see Jay get this 1v3 clutch. Can be a possibility.
A good chance for it, but I do believe that Jay's not gonna risk
30
it anytime
seconds
soon.
left.
Maybe get the plan down at the bare minimum. That's gonna be perfect for his team when it comes down to the terms of the eco. Yeah, I think he's just banking on the plan. He's gonna get it for free, possibly one kill out of it as well. But oh, this is bad. 13.
He wants to go in for kills.
10 seconds left.
Is he
He's 4
actually?
seconds. Yeah, he
Don't
needs 4
plan.
seconds for the
Yeah,
spike.
he's opting for kill.
Oh, no! Okay, GH will survive, but no, he has to go in for the facts.
Oh, he
Instead,
takes out the
gets two.
operator. That's perfect.
That's good value. That's good value. from
incredible
Bleed.
value. Wait, did he die?
Well, no, I think he did not. He should be alive for now, but if he isn't, then he won't be able to get the Vandal or the AWP itself. But if he does, we'll be able to see that in round number 8 itself, but or from round number 10 itself. But I've got to say, what a good value from JH's end. Also, quite unexpected that he would.
Value.
Yeah, but the funniest part about it is that he was planting the spike right in front of the
yeah, he
Fade
did
Cortez.
He did
Yeah, oh no, he did die. Oh, there goes the AWP. I could have at least given Bleed much more chances to succeed, especially when you have a Juicy. You know, Juicy with the AWP is just absolutely insane. So if he had that, then maybe you could have seen Bleed get even much more, chances for them to succeed, more future rounds on attack itself. But this previous round, it has a certain impact.
Yeah, not a certain impact. It has a massive impact when it comes down to the flow of this entire game. That's a huge hit. You lost out on the operator. Now Sami has to spend 6,200 credits to get it back up. That's a lot of money, man. That's a lot of money that Sami has to waste. That's going to keep the economy of Estar under check. So if they lose here, they're going to have one more buy round. But remember something. They won out on the last round. Yes. But they spent so much money that even if they... so let's say if they lose out here, they're not going to have enough money to go in for a buy in the following round. After the next round, that is. So when it comes down to round number 12, it could be pretty tough for them going into the last round of this half. If they do lose out on 2 consecutively.
Sami wants to attempt this one more. This is very risky coming in from Sami's end. Oh, almost an attempt. He could have got the shot off from Crazy Guy. But it's not going to happen. And now Bleed, they're not going to wait any time at all. Rolling Thunder will be expended. So does the Aftershock from the defensive side. But they have current controls towards the A side. That is a lot of utilities being expended at the early rounds itself. So you could say EST have some certain advantage towards it. That smoke will just force Team EST in a very major problems. At least on the bright side, Bleed has controls, and with the Cosmic Divide, it will be even much more difficult for EST to proceed with this post-round.
Ooh, Sami. He wants to play it a little bit more spicy here on his own take, but this is not how it's gonna go. So much utility being expended by the Estar to hold them down. Look at the amount of time that they're wasting here, Baba. This is perfect. Another flash from Jage as well. They can't force the poor guys. They're just stuck. Trades are gonna be perfect. And yeah, the members of Bleed, they just have it under control. They've wasted so much time. There's no way that Sami can even go in for this push. That's perfect. Sami's going to be able to save out the operator though at the end of the day, so that's just a silver lining to this story. They're going to have enough to go in for buys in the following couple of rounds because Sami's able to go in for that save. But for Bleed, that takeover on towards the side was just perfect, and that post one was even more beautiful. Look at the amount of time that they wasted purely because they had an Astral Divider. Bleed, that post one strategy was just immaculate.
It was picture perfect from them. Right as when you see the Cosmic Divide being used, you know for the fact that most of the defenders on the side of EST would make their approach from that particular place. And the positionings that they played, the breach with the fault line, wasting so much time with the fault lines and the flashes, forced EST in a way that they couldn't do anything about that situation. That Cosmic Divide was so good that EST, they had no other choice but to fall back. And for Sami, He still has the AWP in hand, so maybe he could do some major damage towards Bleeds' end, especially knowing that they've committed so many utilities at the early of the round. You even saw a Rolling Thunder from the initial rounds from Bleeds' end. You even saw the Cosmic Divide that can block a good amount of lines of sight. And now with both of them not being available, EST can at least have some good choices, especially for Sammy, who can just contest those long-range gunfights, get those initial frags. And the way how Sammy has been removing JH out of the equation every single time just give them a much more chances for EST to win.
Good opportunity for them to now utilize here. Again, all really comes down to Sammy not being as aggressive, and Micro again shutting down JH. He's just been not having a good time here at all now, is he? They need to run on away, they need to give up that space. Garage has been taken over, Seaside is now theirs, and the members of Estar, they know to show discipline. They are not over-aggressing whatsoever, they're just around the corner, they're just trying to take fights very slowly. Dominic's gonna be able to catch out Crazy Guy! What's happening?
Juicy will respond back with yet another kill, and Redla, oh, that's a great shot, but in the end it will be Dominic who gets the huge trade out too. First round will be given Darion, an aggressive attempt. I'm not quite sure if it's a good idea, especially with no info. And Micro will put Juicy in a 1v3. Rolling Thunder will be used for Juicy, specifically for him. Okay. Was it a bit overkill coming in from EST's end, or were they trying to maximize their efficiency to get a success rate for this round? I have no idea, but man, this was looking good from EST's end, especially Dominic.
Yeah, the way that they're playing, they're not missing a single beat here. The way that each and every fight is being taken. Micro's not taking any risks when it came down to that. Without the Rolling Thunder, they are going to guarantee that win. But I do believe that Micro maybe made a mistake thinking that this was the last round, but that's completely fine because think of it like this here, Baba. You're using an ultimate to guarantee it. I believe that's the one.
Blocking sight.
Seems as though the members of Estar, they went in for a set play push over into the B side points, but no, it's not gonna happen. CSB needs to get himself out of this sticky scenario, and this could just open up the site for them, but looking at the buys as well on the other end of Bleed, Bleed are down bad. And they have no weaponry to try and hold this one down properly. But we've seen their postlines just be absolutely beautiful here as well in a lot of different scenarios. So this postline could just work, but Juicy? Did you forget that Heaven existed?
I believe the timing of that smoke is the main reason why Juicy got picked out in the first place, so maybe it has to be related to timing wise.
They need to go, they're running out of time.
Good advantage, but look at the fault line.
They're running out of time.
EST, you know, not even have an attempt for this push, but they're gonna do it anyways. JS will get picked out with Dominic.
They need to hold the spike.
The place. Crazy Guy is the only player left who just needs to defend. And Dominic, does he have the required time to go in for a spike defuse? I believe he has so. Oh my god! Oh geez, 0.4 milliseconds. Dominic gets to save the team for EST to end the first half on an 8-4 scoreline. And I've got to say, Dominic has been heading very hard towards Bleeds' end. Even while being as the controller, getting those crucial kills like that is going to put Bleed in a very major disadvantage in the first half itself. Take a look at the scoreboard itself. 10 kills to all three players, Sami, Micro, and Dominic. Also, we get to see the stat comparison between Micro and J-Hatch. J-Hatch has been having a wonderful day as well. 11 kills, 257 ACS. Meanwhile, we have Micro with a total of 230 ACS and 10 kills. And I've got to say, the performance that we're seeing right now from Estar Esports is really great. I kind of like this.
Yeah, Micro, the way that he's getting a lot of value out of his trades, plus his utility is also incredible. But man, JH is just unrivaled when it comes down to reach play. He's setting up his team for victory, but again, feels as though Bleed, they just have a massive communication gap when it comes down to each of their players. They're not really communicating as properly as you would expect them to, but then again, when you have a player like Sami on your team who's just consistently being an absolute nuisance, shutting people down, over-aggressively peeking with an operator and still getting value out of it, it's just difficult. The man has 10 kills, 240 ACS, kills per round at 0.3 and an EDA of 1.3. He's getting consistent value on this jet, and that is what you would love to see. While on the other side of the spectrum, Juicy, I do believe that he's getting caught off guard a bit too often. I do believe that the communication is to blame for.
Especially when you see Sami gets to pick out the early kill from Bleed's end, and then just quickly reposition back with no trades being given from the side of Bleed. It's going to put especially in the first half, it was very difficult, especially when you remove the important initiator, the breach, which could have helped them succeed in much more future post plan, especially from his fault line. Simon just made sure that whenever opportunity has been laid, he'll make sure to use that opportunity as best as possible. He's been making a very huge, impactful plays. 10 kills, 240 ACS, and he's just making sure that for Estar Esports, they'll give it the best performance that they can. And for Bleed, Rekla is he's just on another level, especially when you saw that triple kill with the Bulldog. 12 kills, and now with the role swaps being in play in the second half, ESG, they have a lot of work that needs to be done, especially with the huge Sentinel Rekla that can force the entirety push from any particular size that you see. They have to play to it accordingly when it comes to information. They have to see whether if they could find an opportunity just by looking at how many utilities has been expended from that one particular place, and then maybe find an opportunity and try to get an early pick as soon as possible.
The way that this is going to pan out for them though here. Sami, maybe a bit too much aggression here, buddy. Just don't. Oh, he doesn't care. He's just going to go in. The timing's going to give him everything. He's going to walk it up. Has the entirety of Garage under control, but it's all about timing. It's easy. He gets a collateral double. God damn it, one bullet and a dream, and the man just gets a dream play off his life. One more kill is all that they need, but Darion's going to be able to catch on one of the players over from the sidelines. Not really the position that you want to be in, but still the trades are going perfectly in the favor of Bleed still at the end of the day. It's just one more kill that they need. They're not going to be able to find it. The Micro's just an absolute demon here today. Doesn't miss a single headshot when it comes down to his pistols. He lands the shots, he lands the kills, and Estar, they're pretty much guaranteeing themselves a 9th round if Crazy Guy doesn't go crazy here.
He's only left with 15 HP. It's 2 headshots and a dream for Crazy Guy to succeed this post plant. Still has the recon dart to give info, but ESG, they're just playing the safe. They don't want to give away the win that easily, and Micro just makes sure that does not happen, yeah. So he's just dealing such major damage towards the opposition team, and Micro, and let's not forget about ZSB, that collateral damage was just too much for Bleed to handle. ESG, they have a strong start in the second half by claiming this victory in the pistol round, 8-4. And this could cause a major nuisance towards Bleed's defense, especially when you take a look at the economic growth itself. They're having a lot of issues. They've been forcing with only Stingers, sometimes with Bulldogs. So this will be even much more tougher for Bleed, especially knowing that they'll be forced with just pistols.
They're having a rough time here to try and even take engagement. Bleed losing out on a lot of gunfights that they really shouldn't be, but at the end of the day, it's completely fine. Because, again, Bleed, they're on a 5-1, but this victory could have just cemented the fact that they were guaranteed a spot, but it's going to be tough unless they get going here already. Redler's going to be able to take down ZSB, and that's perfect for them. They have the entirety of the site, but for the members of Estar, their post line should be pretty simple to hold on to. It's all about the timing here when it comes down to the defense. They need to get kills one by one, and yep, that's exactly what they're doing. They also have a gun for themselves as well. They one of the weaponry, but Micro's gonna try to equalize things out. It's all up to Dominic. He's the one to go in for the clutch here. He has the timing. He has everything under control. He has everything under wraps. It's all about the spray, but no, Crazy Guy really didn't need to go in for the spray there, and now Dominic's just gonna waste a lot of time. He's going left, he's going right. Where do you look? Where do you hide? Absolutely nowhere, because Dominic has your phone number. He's gonna call you up and send you back home already. 10-4 on the scorecards, ladies and gentlemen, as Estar, they take the 10th round for themselves. Round number 15 will be a treat to watch, because now the members of Bleed, they're gonna feel the pressure and they're gonna feel the pain.
Now, for a moment when I saw the chamber being removed from Estar's end, when ZSB's was removed, he had the Vandal. And once Juicy had the majority of that advantage, I thought Bleed had this under control. It always came down to those 1v1 gunfights in which Crazy Guy, oh man, he did make his great efforts, especially with the Stinger. Dealt damage, gave upgrade to the player, made sure that they have maximum potential to win this Thrifty and Juicy. My goodness, that headshot is so crispy. All the way towards Asus, and now they just got to figure out a way to handle this containment towards the A side, but it's too much for them to handle, especially with ZSB. A headshot to remove Crazy Guy. No more of information will be relayed towards the defensive side. So you got to work towards the heavens, and Reptila, 2 HP remaining, but not for long as the Spectre will succeed its prey. Now, lead. All 3 of them are all the way towards the A side. Estar have such good information accordingly to this. And they're going for this defuse.
Yeah, I don't think so. Not gonna be that simple. Not when you think so much of a firing line to go in for this. And wait, what?
They actually did.
What?
Huh?
Wait.
They actually did.
Nani?
Okay,
I'm gonna let the analysts break this down. CCV, it's up to you, buddy. Or even Universe if you want to talk about what happened here. Because I am not trying to break this round down whatsoever. Because Estar, they had all of the advantages. They had the man count, they had the manpower, but did they forget that Spike existed? That was the biggest ninja defuse that you could go in for.
My god. Even I was kind of pretty. Even I had no idea what exactly happened at that moment, but okay, alright. 11th round 16. Already we see Estar Esports getting some majority control of the situation. And it's Crazy Guy. It's left again with a 1v5. I believe so that EST has good control from this. High possible chance of a flawless round win. And there you go. ZSB will get it. Flawless round attack. Round number 16. And it will be 11-5 at the hands of Estar Esports.
Gotta love it when you see it. ZSB dancing his heart out. 15-10 for him. Micro as well, leading the charge with the 15-10 scoreline. They're going absolutely crazy with it, that's for certain. Each and every one of these players, they're just performing their hearts out. But performances are just not as present for the members of Bleed. Because the way that Bleed have been playing, they're just completely disconnected as a squad. What's really happening to them here, Baba? They're trying to make rushes happen. They're trying to make pushes work, but they're taking so many solo engagements that their trades are just not as present as you would have seen in the past.
The biggest question about it is, why didn't we get to see Estar Esports make presence shown like this in the previous matches that too? Meanwhile, let's focus on the round. They had big close. Frenzy should have been way more powerful, and at least on the bright side, he just get 1 kill. And here comes Juicy. Gets the second. We just need to find the third, but Sammy. Let's make sure to get the second. Sammy gets the frag! Oh boy! 2 kills, and just like that, Sammy will get away with a quad kill.
Good God, this guy, lad, is just absolutely incredible. Young gun for the bacon and the reflexes, man. Look at this guy. He's just flying around. He's just perfect with it. Both of the jets went crazy when it came down to the Blade Storm. And with Sami, he panicked under the pressure, but he's like, 1, 2, 3. Just tap him out of existence. Send them back down to hell. Painting the floor with their blood here. As Estar, they take 1 more round, and the momentum is just insurmountable. They cannot be stopped here. And you can see exactly why. Bleed. Now they're the ones who are bleeding down on towards the floor, because on this 12-5, it will be extremely difficult to turn things back from here. And to turn things around and get a clutch and try to just make everything work out. It's not going to be that simple. And Cortez, he's just going to get taken out over on the back end of this. That's pretty rough and that's pretty tough, but at least if they get the spike, things will be better. But nope, the members of Bleed, they're retaliating. And I do believe that Estar, they got a bit too overexcited.
Yes, indeed. ZSB is going to be left all by his lonesome in a 1v3 situation, and Juicy, he's going to contest. No, he won't be able to get a headshot just yet, but it will be J Hatch. Get the shot nonetheless. Bleed are not out of this just yet, especially with EST, who had just secured match point 12-5. Now Bleed needs to make sure that they would have the same majority of the scoreboard, 12-12. That would be their main goal, but that's the problem, right? If they make one single mistake and if Estar Esports gets the best of it, especially when Sammy is in form like that with a total of 18 kills, this is going to be tough coming in from Bleed's end on defense.
This is a massive upset as well when you think about it. The members of Bleed, they're losing out on duels that you normally never see them lose out on. And it's just not the position that you want to be in. Looking at how each and every player is panning out in this scenario. Yeah, and Darion, so beautiful when it came down to the peak. Catches Dominic completely off guard. He had no idea where he was standing. Darion gets the shutdown kill, taking down the controller early on this attacking side, and Bleed, they're slowly but surely starting to mount up a very aggressive play. Sami, does he expect this play coming in from Crazy Guy? You just need to play this one down properly. No one's even watching him. Crazy Guy can walk away with the double kill. He saw them at the edge of his screen. He's just waiting. He's just chilling, but he knows. The guy has the sixth sense.
Oh man. Now it's all or nothing for Bleed as they're slowly starting to lose a lot of players. One as the attacker Sammy and ZB leading the charge. And for Estar Esports, this could be it. 1v4, it's all up to Darion to succeed this 1v4, and Zsb prepped and ready with the Tort Force explosions. 4K and victory for Team Estar to succeed. A 13-6 up against Team Bleed Esports. My goodness.
You didn't see his cap, did you, Baba?
I did not. I was just.
That was just.
I was focused heavily on the magic.
His cap was just perfect. He was doing the salsa dance. I don't know. There was a name of this dance. I forgot. God damn it. But that's fine. But he was just doing the most celebratory dance
around that. So yeah.
You gotta love the personality of ZSB. The man just feels as though he's like a massive ball of energy that really does propel the team forward. When he is performing, when he is celebrating, I'm pretty sure the entire team just grabs onto his momentum and they can just push their way forward. Estar, this is the performance that we expected out of the super team. And they woke up today and hit the ground running, and they did not stop. This is one marathon that they were able to win and to take down the #1 team in this tournament, who had a 5-1, mind you, when it came down to their group standing scores. Now they have another dent to that entire set. 5-2. Bleed are guaranteed a spot over under the playoffs, considering how many matches that they have won. But this is quite interesting because now Estar, they're also a contender for the 4th position. They've won a match. And this one match win alone could just set everything up for them. And I'm pretty sure that Universe and CCP have a lot to talk about here, because this entire game will be quite interesting, Baba, because in my eyes alone, this match had to be one of the best ones that we have seen coming in from Estar, but also a very disconnected game coming in from Bleed, because if a team of this caliber has such a bad day all of a sudden to a team that has been having rough patches throughout this entire tournament, that does mean that this entire playoff that's moving down the line could just be an up and down roller coaster of emotions.
Yeah, it can be, but I've got to say, for Estar Esports, they're going to be happy that they'll be able to succeed a win up against Team Bleed Esports. I've got to say, what a performance from the side of Sammy. The op shots that we've seen from the initial rounds in the first half was so powerful. It was very difficult for Bleed to even make a certain comeback on certain situations. And most of the time when we get to see Bleed forcing themselves on a thrifty rounds where they could not win, really did put Estar Esports on a much more higher advantage that they could think of, and winning this victory would be a happy moment for them. But since knowing that they still have much more rounds to go, and for them the higher chance of succeeding in towards the qualifiers will be a tough task. But hey, once a victory, always a victory, and winning up against Bleed will definitely give them some happy noises from them, right?
I think there were not only happy noises, but I think that ZSB just jumped out of his chair and he probably started doing the Lungi dance as well. Who knows? He's trying to learn all about culture. And that is one of the few things that you need to know. But in my eyes, I do believe that we have said enough. It's time for an analyst to give us the breakdown. Heading over to you guys.
Man, and just as I thought Navratri and Garba season was over, we saw Zizbi completely out there and celebrating. But again, it's an amazing cause for celebration as well, right, Universe? After seeing the performance that Estar just had, like our casters also said, they deserve everything now that they have defeated Bleed, and in such a manner as well.
Well, you know, it's just going round and round in circles, it seems. First of all, I was a little confused and taken aback when we saw, you know, Darion on the Astra and Bretla on the Killjoy, which was not something that I think we see usually. I think they were trying to experiment something, which did not really work in their way, but we've got our MVP on the board, and it is, of course, Zesby, who deserves it all, who has got multiple rounds where he's got multi-kills. 20 kills for him across the board, 315 ACS, and an amazing performance from him overall. About 220 damage every single round from this man. That's over a kill and a half.
Right. And that's the thing, right? As the Chamber, not only was he lethal with the rifles, with the tour de force, with the operator whenever it was intended, the headhunter constantly was giving out the shots. I think that's what the extra 50 damage per round is. He was constantly and consistently landing the shots, 1 or 2 bullets with the headhunter, always bringing down the health of the members of Bleed Esports just by a little bit to help out this team even further. And then, of course, the thing I want to highlight is the KD ratio. He has a 2.4 KD ratio with 20 kills. He has an abnormally high survival rate, which is always something you should look for if you are a Chamber, if you are that sentinel, that anchor who also has a responsibility of getting kills. Because Chamber is that one unique sentinel who not only does he have to hold down the side, the fragging potential and the fragging responsibilities are to a certain extent also given on to him. And for Zizbu, he had every single opportunity alongside Sami. Both of these guys worked time and time again. They got those skills and they helped their team move on even further into defeating Bleed.
Yeah, most certainly. Yeah, Sammy was absolutely on top of his game today as well, you know, especially that penultimate round that we saw with the jet knives, 1v2. It almost seemed as if Retla was just now ready once he jumped down, and, you know, it just did not go through the way that it was supposed to. And Sammy was having everything working his way. So was Zesby. Every single player, for that matter, except for Cortez, might have not have had the best game in terms of kills, but he did give the support that was required for his team. You know, he had impact frags in the first half, which was really important on the go, because they needed those kills. First half, Bleed looked like they could have taken a lot more control than they did. They wanted to go for that, playfulness in terms of how they approached the game, and that's kind of why I think they went for Darion on the Astra, which clearly, as you can see, has its effects. He is on the bottom of the board, which, you know, is not a usual spot for him.
Yeah, see, that's the thing about Bleed, is that today, when it comes to raw fragging potential, this isn't the Bleed we are used to seeing, and this isn't the Bleed, you know, we usually talk about, where many of their players are having, in my opinion, below average performances, or should I say, below benchmark performances. The benchmark of Bleed is so high that today Crazy Guy 6 and 15, even Juicy as a Jet in the first half, in the attacking half of Bleed, Juicy just didn't shine. And this is not what you want from your single duelist on attack on a map like Haven. You want them to entry frag, especially when you do not have a Chamber, unlike what Estar were doing. This time, you know, Retla went for that Killjoy as the Sentinel. So I would say like 75% of the fragging responsibilities were on to Juicy, and he just wasn't able to deliver completely. 4-8 half for Bleed. Once they went on over to defense, it crumbled even further, and we can see that Bleed, their post plants on attack, their post plants on defense, it wasn't the best of results, shall we say.
Yeah, they were hoping for that post plant on attack to come multiple times, but as you can see, out of the 9 plants they got, only 4 were successful, and that kind of happened because of that pincer movement that they were trying to do. Estar Esports, they you know, pushed in from behind. They kept them busy. They didn't let them use their utility because there was an attack coming in from both sides. So they were more focused on taking those fights on the backstab and worried about whether or not, you know, when Sammy came in with the operator on that one round in C-Long where they absolutely got demolished, which should have been an easy round for them. But the problem was there was everybody from that side of Bleed, you know, crumpled onto that C-long side. They were stuck in that one little zone of that box, and they couldn't move out. They didn't approach garage. They didn't approach any other place. There was no lurks that were happening, which could have been done by Darion himself, because he's experienced it as a lurker, not just as a chamber, but as playing as an Astra as well, who is a global, agent who can smoke from anywhere, and he could have tried to lurk around from B or from garage itself, but they got crippled. They were pushed to that C-long box, and that was actually one round, which is an example of how this team, Estar, even though we were thinking in the beginning that, they're not going to be able to protect this post-plant situation with the, composition that they have of agents, but they did really well by going on the flank again and again.
Absolutely. Estar Esports, they prioritize skills this time over utility, and the consequences followed in their favor. They ended up getting so many more of the kills compared to Bleed that the rounds also fell in their favor. And now for the side of Bleed, well, this time, this is a kind of economic graph. You are not supposed to, well, all of us are not, usual, or like we are very trained to see for the side of Bleed, because this is a graph of a lot of fluctuations. For Bleed, they were definitely struggling with the economy.
If you look at what, the side of Estar have, they went up by round number 3.
Yeah.
And then the only time they lost their economy was when they went to the pistol round of the second half.
Exactly.
And then again, straight up, back again. It's almost as if they never didn't have weapons. They always had money to buy.
Yeah, once more, because of the fact that Estar were prioritizing on kills, meant that they were getting more kills, and if you're getting more kills, you're surviving longer, you're not dying, and if you're not dying, the Vandal, the Phantom carries on forward. Indeed. You don't have to rebuy time and time again. So one of the most basic principles of Valorant, I don't need to explain it very thoroughly, I'm sure most of the viewers can understand what we are talking about, is that because of Estar being quite successful with a huge margin, getting the kills over Bleed Esports, it ultimately led to their economy flourishing as well. If your economy flourishes, you can keep on rebuying utility, and then you don't even need to think about it. But when you're talking about performances, right now, well, here are two players who definitely, had very different roles to play when it comes to their performance in game. Yes, they are on that same agent archetype. Yes, you had Retla on the Killjoy and Zesbu was on the Chamber. Yes, both of them are Sentinels, but the way in which they played was highly different to one another.
Yeah, most certainly. And, even given the fact that you have Retla on the Killjoy, which is not something that I think he's usually going to be comfortable with.
Exactly.
He knows how to best play his controllers, which I think today was a hit and a miss overall. 222 ACS, he was the MVP for his team. So, it's both the MVPs who've clearly given performances, one obviously greater than the other, who was more of an aggressive chamber, who has the potential to be aggressive. Killjoy, not as much. Her abilities shine more on the defensive side than they do on the offense. So overall, Retla did give in as much as he could to this team, but it was Zesby who had the absolute control of the game as a chamber.
100%, and everyone, in the side of Estar, Zesby, Sami, Cortez, Dominic, all of these guys were pushing in, and they were constantly getting those plants down. They were getting the diffuses and the kills, most importantly. Now, well, speaking of plants and diffuses, once more we see the side for Estar Esports, and the first thing we see with this heat map, the one thing I really like is that on Haven you have 3 bomb sites, so you have options with where you'd like to plant. We see the preference of Estar Esports, but whenever we show these heat maps, Universe of Plants and Diffusers, I think what the audience need to realize is that not only do you have to focus on the map, you also have to pay attention to the numbers, and this is where we see Estar Esports, they got the spike down 5 times, and the diffusers of theirs also happened 5 times whenever Bleed were going for those going for those plants. So, the retake of Estar was really, really good, thanks to, in part, again, like you had mentioned, the double pincer move they were looking for.
Yeah, that kind of gave away the shop as well, because when we saw the defuses, if y'all remember, minimum, I think 3 of those defuses came down to less than a second.
Yeah.
So they were aware of what was happening. They made sure that they moved right on time. It was really close. It's scary to think that if they had moved half a second later from when they did, it would have caused them to lose all of those rounds. So, and the game outcome would have been completely different.
Well, the game outcome could have been different, but right now this is the outcome. Estar Esports, the team who were without even, have now defeated the top dogs. Bleed are still, I believe, at the top of the standings. However, this is going to hurt them just a little bit. However, both of these teams, they can take a little bit of rest. Their matches will be later on. Here, right now, here at the Esports Club, we'll be bringing you our next match as well, which will be Fancy United Esports up against Franchise Players. Till then, don't go anywhere. We'll be going into a short break. And whilst we're in this break, you can go down in the description, check out the Amazon Great Indian Festival sale, and you can use the code Amazon Gaming to get additional 5% off on already the massive discounts the Great Indian Festival sale is offering you on your favorite gaming peripherals, components, and much more. While for us, as for your entertainment, don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Ultragear presents the Challenger Series, powered by Amazon, our GPU partner Zotac, our gaming partner Intel, memory and storage partner Crucial, our laptop partner Asus, and our broadcast partner Loco. We are back with another game which was, which just went by, was actually kind of unexpected. Really? And I don't know if today's going to be one of those days where we got unexpectancy coming in through, but Bleed have been bested by the team at the bottom of the table, which is something that we did not see happening. But eventually, I think at some point with their experimentation of Darion on the Astra and
so many things,
it just wasn't sticking right.
Yeah, Bleed were trying something different, but still that doesn't take away from the fact how well Estar played. Let's be honest. They had, I'm going to say they had their best performance right now. Even if you want to compare it against their 14-16 game when they lost to franchise players, I'd still put this Estar higher than that, just particularly based on the coordination they had and the way in which they were able to counter Bleed. Bleed went in this matchup, okay, sure, their players were playing differently, with the agents and all, but still it was, again, if you're talking about agent composition, in my eyes, and I think our casters as well had agreed to it, that Bleed were looking better because the kind of comp they were running. Estar were like, composition? Okay, talk about it all you want. We're just going to kill your agents. How does that matter then? And that's all they focused on. Sheer just brutality. Go into the server, get headshots, 4Ks, 3Ks, aces. Everything went their way. But now, enough about the previous matchup, right, Universe? Now it's time to talk about the next matchup we have, and also it's one that definitely a lot of people will have their eyes on.
Yep, Franchise going up against Fancy United, a game that I think is going to be deciding the fate of franchise players. One and only chance, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. Franchise win this, they qualify at least for the time being. They won't qualify, but at least they'll be in a position to qualify. Or else, they're going to have to be at the mercy of Velocity's games, because they are the ones right now who have a chance to move further ahead. For now, though, franchise players, they are 3-3 currently on the table. They are on a very thin line between missing out on the playoffs or making it. And it all depends on the team that honestly has been having just the same of a form as Bleed Esports. So I'm concerned whether or not this is going to work out in franchise's way.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. Fancy United right now, they are looking very, very strong. We saw their matches, yesterday when they played on Breeze. They played against Bleed. They played against Velocity as well. And Breeze was really just a home run with the side of Fancy United. That these guys in front of our screens today, franchise players, first of all, I think the one change everyone will be looking forward to is actually seeing Kohli in the server. I think this is the confirmed roster they'll be having for today. Very, very interesting. And more so, Kohli is subbing out for Hellranger. So my question is, who exactly will be taking on the, a role of IGLing, or who will be shot calling? I would assume it's Kappa, since he also plays a very supportive role and he also has experience. But
I'm not entirely convinced. I actually found this out right now, as you guys did as well. I've not seen this before. Kohli, I think, is playing officially for the first time for his team. But on the other side, they've got 5 players who are absolutely in the get-go ready. One player in particular who's been an absolute madman, Nizzy. He is just a player that you did not want to face off. He is somebody who has clearly been on top of his game. 25 average kills, by the way.
Yeah, again, to all the people watching, I would like to say, out of all the players in the Challenger Series so far, Nizzy individually, statistically, is the best performer. There is no one who can counter that, because again, it's in the numbers. We'll show the top 5 standings, I believe, after this match as well. But right now, when we saw it yesterday, Nizzy has been having such an excellent performance that right now, franchise players definitely have got to be a bit careful. However, we may have just found an equal, counterpart for Nizzy. It's going to be South Asia's very own star player, Rossi.
Yeah, well, both of them have had a pretty great journey so far. Nizzy is on the #1 spot of the top 5
Rossi's third
performing players, and I think Rossi's second. I think he's
third, somewhere there,
Yeah, but this is insanely crazy how Nizzy's performing, because he's got a KDA of 2.3. and he is on an average kill rate of 25 per game, which is not normal, by the way.
Yeah,
he's
it's
played
really
he's
not.
played a couple of matches so far, and I think that he's going to be really excited about this one to face off Xerxia on, of course, the map of Ascent.
Wow. Well, welcome back everyone to LGO
What a
represents
surprise.
Ascent. It's it's just Ascent. But okay, alright. Say what you will about Ascent. It's still one of the most played maps for a reason, and both of these teams, they have played on Ascent as well. Thing is, the way in which both of these two teams play is heavily different. Fancy United, time and time again, we've seen these guys go for that double duelist kind of play where Yes I Can goes on that Phoenix, Nizzy as always is on the Jet, and they try and play very much tempo focused. What we've seen from franchise players so far is triple initiator, no duelist, heavily on mid range, kind of like what Revenant had played. So keeping that in mind, I would say that again, theoretically, franchise players may have an advantage because the excess of utility they have will allow franchise players to, constantly push back Fancy United, much like what Revenant had managed to do, because RNT also go for that triple initiator kind of play.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of discussions to be made.
Yeah.
And Universe, both of us, we've been talking about this matchup a lot. I think it's time we give it on forward to our casters as well. Let's see what their opinions are. Let's see what they've got to say about this, because I'm sure these guys will have a lot to say for Fancy versus franchise. So once more, Aggressive and Baba, take it away.
Honestly, this match is something that could just start up to be one of those classicals that we would expect coming in from the Challenger Series. But again, Ascent just slapped the logo on the Ascent on the logo already. I'm telling you, like, this entire tournament has just been Ascent, Ascent, and Ascent. I think we only saw one Haven. The one Haven was last game, and that's it.
One Haven, one Pearl, one Icebox, 20 times the map Ascent. That's a lot of maps coming in from these two teams right here. But on a serious note, you've got to think about the storyline that's been happening around from both the teams here. One from Fancy United, you have Nizzy, one of the most powerful players. The double duelist composition from Fancy United, which tends to be so powerful that it's very difficult to crack the equation out. And for franchise players, you even got to see a different roster here. Instead of Hellranger, who is so good when it comes to playing as the Breach IGL leader, he's been currently been swapped out and he's going to bring in Kohli this time. So quite curious to know what kind of plays we get to see from both the sides here. Aggressive, a lot of changes, but for franchise players, this is it. I mean, this is the match that would determine whether if franchise players could get a spot on the qualifiers or not. So it's a do or die moment for these, especially for franchise players.
It's the match where Kohli could just make it. This is I do believe his first debut match in an official tournament. That's massive for Kohli. Will he be able to set his foot down properly and take over this entire map, though? It's going to be a bit questionable, but at the same time, a very standard composition coming in from the members of FPS. They are not taking any risks whatsoever in the way that they're going to play this one down. Looking at the comp, they're ready to take this entire match by storm.
Oh boy, I kind of like the agent compositions here, Aggressive. Nizzy with the Chamber. Meanwhile, we see our South Asian superstar SK Rossi with the Jet. So looks like franchise players, they're going old school this time.
It's a composition that Loud normally uses as well back in the past, and this composition has showcased so much proficiency when it came down to their playstyle. And on the map of Ascent, it's very versatile as well in the way that you can play it out. But the level of versatility that FPS can put into this composition will be a lot more difficult, because there's a lot of set plays that you need to do with this perfect strategy. Plus, you need to be able to adapt on the fly, constantly evolving to what your opponents are bringing down to the table. Now, there's a reason why Fancy is so good on Ascent, because of their aggressive plays, the way that they take away map control. And I'm really hoping that the members of FPS, they did their homework, because to pick out the map of Ascent, it's not a good idea to take it on towards Fancy, who have a 100% win rate nearly on this. Nearly. Because again, they lost against Revenant, I do believe, in the past. So
I believe so, yeah.
So if that's the case, it's pretty rough. One of the teams is pretty much the best there is on Ascent for a reason. and you are taking that very specific team over onto this map because you think you can beat them out on it, there should have been a ban coming in from them, especially when you know that the team has played this map so often. They've drilled it into their muscle memory of what they really need to do, and those aggressive plays could just be the downfall of the members of FPS if they're not careful. Plus, they don't have Hellranger anymore. One of the IGLs that we normally look to completely change out the strategies is now replaced by the young gun team. I do believe that Kohli's the youngest, and he has a lot of experience under his belt, yes, but when you look at Hellranger on the other side, the experience just doesn't match up. Hellranger is able to lead his team to victory most of the time because of the experience that he has under his belt. Will Kohli be able to fill those shoes? It's going to be big shoes to fill, but I do believe the young man has it in him.
Yeah, I mean, there has to be a reason behind franchise players, especially bringing Kohli in. So, oh boy, the moment of truth is here for franchise players as we proceed to map Ascent. The only map that franchise players had a lot of difficulties was at the same map when they went up against Ascent Esports. They went all the way to 5 OTs with Nizzy making an exceptional performance. But in the end, it was Ascent Esports who did get the best of them after all, securing their spot on third position as of now. And for FPS, especially when they had a very sad moment in the yesterday's matchup when they went up against Ultragear 13-9. Gotta make sure that they could bring this back up. And Fancy United, this would be a tough competition to go through, especially on the first round itself.
Gonna be a tough of a spot for them to get into, but the way that this is gonna pan out, already FPS, they made their way in towards the side. They're gonna be running things down, and they have it under the bag and under control. But I don't like the position coming in from Skills, so a very dangerous position for him to pull because of how detrimental it could be if there's a knife to catch him out. Nope, they're not taking the engagement. They're not giving much away. Lightning Classes does hear a bunch of noise over on the other end of this. He knows the position's already given away. Still gets a kill out of it somehow, regardless of the situation. Suka's going to be able to shut down one more. And Fancy United, they have the advantage. They have everything under control, but Skills, look at this guy. He's already flying. He's already clean, and he's going around. Going for Brax. That's the secondary almost. Nizzy! Good God, man, you just had enough HP to survive that. More than enough time for the defuse as well, as FPS nearly closed out this round in style. Because Skills, he's the DJ, and he's playing a melody for us all.
That was a wall dink, aggressive. That was a wall dink from Skills. He would have got that 1v4 clutch. That would have been it. Let me see the replay once again. Oh no, it was a wall dink.
As he just survived with the skin of this team.
My God. First round itself, it's so close. And also, I just realized they only have one duelist, right? It's Yes I Can who's doing all the duelist job as the Phoenix. My God, Skills just almost brought this back. And also, as we take a look at the stats itself, this is, of course, Kohli's debut competitive match with franchise players, so there will be a lot of pressure towards Kohli's end, but it's just the first round. We've got to see the next future 12 or 24 rounds to determine how well Kohli will be performing well, that too up against Team Fancy United.
Yeah, to face off against one of the best teams in the entire tournament, it's not something that you want to get put into now, do you? But for Fancy United, they're just in a very comfortable position. That last round, though, wasn't really what they would want, but again, Skills, his position was not cleared whatsoever. A very common position to hold on to, but members of Fancy United maybe underestimating their opposition slightly here, but not by too much. Round's just about to start once again, and the members of FPS, what's the game plan here now? How do you want to play out this particular round for your side? Could this work to go in for another B-side?
Oh boy.
Okay, never mind. They're opting for a force buy, and this force buy could just work out in their favor. SK Rossi picked up a Vandal as well. Oh, this has gone from bad to worse.
This upgrade will be huge, but no! Rossi's gonna miss that. Zuka's gonna deny it, and plus the Vandal opportunity from FPS would be decreased significantly. Now, With the help of the Prowlers helping them give information, FPS still have majority of the controls from the B site. All they've got to do is just make sure that they held out this post plant, and Fancy United, they've been successful in post plant situation tons of times, and here comes Kills. Once again with the Stinger. Able to remove Suka out. Yes, I can, all the way from and Francis players, they have no idea. Headshot from the Sheriff to remove Nizzy out. But still got to be careful with the Dionis, and here comes Kills. This here for Franchise. And now it's all up to this young gun, Kohli. 1v1, and Fisher decides to run away. And he will run away with the and also he takes away with the gun as well, making sure that Kohli will never get the weapon upgrade of the Vandal. But
he
not
actually
to
does
worry.
get it.
He does get it. We don't have to worry about it, mainly because of Xerxia, who just dropped down from there itself. We'll still have a weapon upgrade, and Franchise players, especially Skills, my god. What a play coming in from this man right here, especially with the Stingers.
No, again, he's always just sitting in towards logs and no one's clearing him. This man's just getting away with murder at this point, and he's been playing in that exact same position for the last 2 rounds. So yeah, it's either the members of Fancy start clearing that one out, otherwise it could just be the make it or break it for them. Members of Fancy, early in the morning, they need to start figuring out exactly what's going on wrong for them. Their setups are not as proper, and they are a bit disconnected at the end of the day, but still the disconnect is completely fine and dandy because they still get a couple of frags out of it. Yes, I can does find one more kill, but gets immediately traded out, but those small kills will start adding up to the fray. Nizzy misses out on the shot that he needed to, and SK Rossi just walks away with a team kill.
Spike planted.
There you go, post plant once again. The pressure is building up for Franchise. For Fancy United, things will be even much more tougher in this post plant situation at that too. Especially when they have weaponry with just the pistols from Suka. Just have to rely with abilities. Killers, initiation with the kill. We forgot about the trade outs, and here comes Killer X with the response of his own. It's 2v2. Man count is equalized and Skills. The plays has been denied. Scappa, Killer S. Oh man, triple kills like that is going to put FPS on a very difficult situation. This Fancy United will succeed. Yet another post round by winning their pistol round, and also round number 3 where they force themselves on an eco round itself. 2-1. Franchise players. My god, the pressure is getting onto them here, Aggressive.
What I really don't understand coming in from FPS in this particular round is that why are they playing the exact same positions again? You saw that as well, Baba. The post-one positioning was the exact same that they've been going in for the last 3 rounds. I understand, don't change it until it breaks, but still, not against a very highly experienced team like Fancy United. They will start clearing out your corners. There was a player on towards logs. Why? That was not necessary, but for now, it's going to be SK Rossi putting a little bit of a dent here. He's going to wait it out and see how it plays in. Nizzy's going to go for the first and possibly the secondary as well. Everyone's just going to be moving and down, and still Nizzy walks away with a double kill.
And those flicks are insane from Nizzy.
Man's just so aware.
Yeah, but the pressure is still on for Fancy. It's once again post plant. The pressure from Franchise is at least having a huge success rate when it comes to forcing them on a post plant situation. So still got to worry about the flanks. Once again, it's Yes I Can on the prowl. Suppression knife somehow does not removes run it back, so it'll be fine. A push will be made. That's one second won't be given, and now Fisher gets the second of that too, which leads to Kohli left all by his lonesome 1 HP. He will get the first shot. But Fisher will come back with yet another trade, giving Fancy United another win on defense.
We good. If Kohli got that kill, there was a good chance he would have won this round. Because Yes I Can was really far away and he would have not been able to get that trade. Would have been perfect, but goddamn Nizzy just won them the round pretty much at this point. Would have been perfect and everything for them to find here, but just was not enough at the end of the day. It really was a setup play coming in from the members of Fancy United. And for Franchise players, wait a second, 75% win rate when it comes down to the map of Ascent. Overall, with Fancy United only having 40% win rate. But honestly, that 40% win rate is a little bit too high, don't you think so, considering what they've been doing.
Yeah. This whole series, Fancy United has shown that the double duelist comp is so successful in any of the maps. Even if you include Fracture, even if you include Ascent, and now, even if you look at this matchup specifically, when they're going up against franchise players, not opting up for double duelist, but Nizzy's shot is still insane. With the op shot, he'll be forced to not use his TP ability, so he needs to make his shots count. The second from Nizzy as he removes
Just let him do what he wants.
an entire clean out from Fancy United. My goodness. Nizzy is just going nuts right now, folks.
That wasn't even a wallbang. The fact that he killed Skills wasn't a wallbang. He just pixel perfect peeked him on his arm. That was an elbow shot.
No words. Speechless. Especially when you have Nizzy, who is still currently on form and making plays like that while still being suppressed. It's just... It's just too much, man.
It's just so surprising as well, the way that all of this is panning out for them. Fancy United, they're under full control. They have everything under wraps. And because of it, they're just falling flat on their faces in more cases than one. Members of FPS, they need to start adapting a lot of their strategies. They won out on that first particular Thrifty round because they were very unconventional in the way that they played it. But Skills, again, playing in the exact same positions, they're going in for the exact same plays. It just will not work. Now you have utility. Now you have an understanding of exactly what your opposition is doing to try and gain advantages. So for FPS, a completely new, different set plan in the way that they want to play this. Understanding that Nizzy now has an operator. What are you gonna do here in this particular case?
Get out of my way.
What's your game plan here? Because this operator can be a detriment, but Xerxia on the knives as well. It's extremely dangerous. But again, look at Fancy United. They're going in for that over-aggressive peek over on towards mid. They're taking this portion of the map for themselves. And they understand that if they have this level of control, then the members of FPS, they have nothing to do here.
And look at the aggro positioning from Fancy United. They're not even setting foot in towards the FPS's place. Making sure that every single core has been taken care of. And Kohli, my god. A nasty shot! And the second reply from Nizzy! A lightning fast was attempting for a jump peek. How they don't have any other choices but to make their way towards the B side, knowing that the information's been given. Estar is going to go all the way deep within the place. And remaining. 2 kills! Denial of spike! Here comes Rossi. Headshot for the trade. He needs to recover the spike. Make sure that it's post plant for FPS, but the problem is all by himself. We've seen Xerxia in multiple clutch situations. He hasn't succeeded in a lot of these situations. But maybe this could be the time. Headshot. Fisher goes down, and now it's between the battle of the duelist. It's the Jet versus the Phoenix. Yes, I can versus Xerxia. The blade storms in hand. One single shot to the head is more than enough to secure a win for FPS, and also a thrifty round in round number 6. Patience is the key to virtue for Rossi. Yes, all he needs to do is just wait. Phoenix to look at his crosshair, and yes, I can. He just gets away. Does he have the time for the spike defuse? I believe so.
Rossi? What just happened? He was not looking behind him whatsoever. Did he make a judgment call there? But even if you make a judgment call like that, at least you can place down a smoke, waste some time, jump around, get some information, do something. But Rossi, after such incredible plays with the Blade Storm, look at these shots, absolutely crispy. At the very end, he just kinda disappeared off the face of reality. Something happened.
Oh man, that was...
They are so dead.
It's gonna hurt a lot, and Nizzy, he's not gonna stop at all. Especially with his tour de force. The turret is gonna deal majority of the damage, but he still wants to hold the angle. FPS, they've had enough. Push will be made all the way from C. And he finds the second. will be denied from Roxy. It's still too late. Fancy United.
Aggression.
What is this destruction that they're causing towards franchise players?
They're just so confident. Just look at the level of confidence as well from Killer, man. The man just threw in the pop flash and he had everyone to line up. SK Rossi survived just because he's a jet and he has that tailwind to get him out of that sticky situation. But that's it. The members of Fancy United, they are reading into the strats of FPS like they're an open book. They just picked them up from the library, just put the bookmark on the page that they wanted, and they're just reading them all out. Members of Fancy United, they have everything under control, and again with the aggressive play, here comes the push, and here comes the frags. They have everything under the wraps as well. Look at the level of information, look at the level of utility that they're investing as well. They're getting the kills. Kohli's trying to equalize things out and maybe cause some damage, but it just is not working. Up in the flies, and Kohli can't even do anything to survive. 7-1, and the rounds are just going by so quickly. Now that was a lightning fast round.
Look at the presence that Fancy United is showing right now, all the way towards mid. That's 4 players in mid. 4. This is the same strategy that we've seen from Fancy United when they go up against a bazillion amount of teams, this especially in this series. And even if things go south, even if the opposition team have information regarding the players towards mid, the immediate retake success that they have is almost 100%. How can they counter this? It's an indestructible strategy from Fancy United.
The way that this is gonna pan out as well. Nizzy again just catches SK Rossi with his pants down. And this is just getting much more difficult for them to hold on to. Again, team just does not look as though they have the structure to try and take this. Feels very disconnected at the end of the day, and it doesn't bode that well for them when it comes down to the sidelines. That's gonna be shots coming in from, but it's completely fine because Nizzy's there to equalize things out. Possibly an ace coming in from Nizzy. Only the pop flash is just gonna be better, but Zuka's there for the cleanup. 1 kill and a 2. An 8-1 scoreline coming in for the members of Fancy United. But what is happening here? FPS, they're dry peeking everything and they're getting completely caught off guard. A lot of missed shots coming in from both ends of this, but Nizzy's just consistent. He does not skip a beat, and look at the players of Fancy United. They're not fazed by any of these rush strats because Fancy United, they're prepared for all of it.
Only one round that FPS had won, and it was at round number 2. And Nizzy, ready once again. He's going to remove SK Rossi. Is it for the second through the paranoia somehow? He gets away with the kill. That can be a success. Nizzy's going crazy. 2 more kills and he'll successfully deliver the ace, but Kohli will deny it nonetheless. Killer will also get destroyed from the hands of Kohli. This young talent right here will make sure to provide FPS the lead that they required. With the amount of damage that Nizzy has been delivered right now from Fancy, it is difficult to come back, especially in this post plant. He had to deal with 3 players from the side of Fancy United. And guess what? They have all the utilities that they need to counter all of this. Yes, I can. We'll find one. Kohli, impressive shot. This might be the chance for his ace at that too, but he's 10 HP. He's dazed, he's confused, and it's Yes I Can who will get the win nonetheless. 9-1. Nizzy is just going insane right now.
What's happening? Whew. I understand Nizzy's having the game of his life, but the man's always having the game of his life. Look at the way that he's playing. Not a single shot missed when it came down to it at the end of the day. Kohli as well was trying his hardest to turn things around, but it just did not work out in his favor. It just looks to be a game where the members of FPS, they're not going in for a single strategy whatsoever. Oh, where are the strats? Not again. Oh, survives? Rossi? He's thanking his stars right now because for 1 second he's safe, but looking at the mid side, I don't think anyone's safe. Again, Fancy United very aggressive when it came down to this mid push. Info on the play, but Lightning Fast just gets caught. He has nowhere to go. Again, look at the level of control that they have on mid. They're just gonna hold it down. trades coming in from each side. FPS does get 1 kill, but that 1 kill doesn't mean anything to them. B side will slowly but surely be taken over, but this retake, when it came down to the 4 versus 3 situation with the runner back still available on the Phoenix, they can just wait, they can just chill, they don't have to do anything.
The push will be made from Kohli, but gets caught out. Skiller and SIK has been taking the majority of the damage. All the way from mid side, and now it's kills. The man who needs to find all 4 players on the side of Fancy United. He'll be covered, and it will be SIK with a quad kill. My goodness, Fancy. They are here to make a statement in this series, aggressive. 10-1. First half. Dominating performance from Fancy United.
Absolutely detrimental. It's devastating the way that these hits came in. On this 10-1 scoreline, it's just building up more and more over time, ladies and gentlemen. But look at the scorecards as well. Just look at the bottom of the screen. Yes, I Can is on 16 kills and 3 deaths. 3 deaths! The man has a 5 KD. What?
Ratio, oh boy. All the way towards mid and Nizzy. What is that positioning? What is this control from Fancy United?
Oh my god!
That is painful to watch.
It's like the lambs being put in towards the slaughterhouse. They are not relenting at all. The utility, the shots, the game plan, everything that they could have hoped and dreamed for when it comes down to FPS, it's just shattering one by one. Why did you take this map against Fancy United? You know they have such a strong presence on this map in this entire tournament. You could have banned it out. You could have gone to another map, but no, you picked this map up. It's frustrating to see a lot of the teams when you know a team is very strong on a particular map that you still take them there. Six KD for Yes I Can. 6.
7.3 KD for Yes I Can, but yeah, almost as accurate aggressive, but my goodness, man. I did not expect this outcome, aggressive. 11-1 with Yes I Can being the powerful duelist as he can, using the run it back. How many times have you seen Yes I Can use his run it back ability? More than 3 to 4 times. Yeah. Especially with a KDA like that. And the chances of forcing FPS to get cornered on every single round while the mid control is still at the hands of Fancy United. Man, I'm speechless, man. Jeez, Fancy United. Today they're just having a field day right now.
Yep.
Jesus.
Oli's debut as well. It's not really on the showcase of it all, but man's getting frags. He's trying to set up his team, but the lack of structure coming in from FPS is what's really hurting them. They need some form of structure, don't they? Because Baba, this is not how it's meant to be. This is not how it's meant to go. They're falling apart.
Even
that is devastating for their squad.
It is. It really is. Especially to the franchise players, fans out there who was, supporting for FPS. That has definitely got to hurt for them. 11-1. This is the second half, and FPS has to win every single round on defense. Fancy United's mid control was unstoppable. And for FPS, they have a lot of work that needs to be done. Jeez. The denial from KJ's abilities. You even have the nano swarms, the turrets to give vital information. Once they make their push, that information will be given right away. There you go. Even the nano swarms will be placed at that too, forcing them to focus only from the A side. And they have to make sure to not close the doors. It's Xerxia but dealt a lot of damage, but in the end, he will still get it. Yes, I can. Will produce the same thing too by doing Xerxia. 3 players left already in this post plant, and Fancy United, they haven't lost a single player just yet. Kappa, he has to do something about this. He needs to make sure that franchise players could get themselves back up. The push will happen all the way from the heaven's side as he finds one with the Sheriff, but it's still not enough. Killers and Suka, they're still in the side, and they will secure match point for Fancy United.
This is a really fast game. Hey. We're on the map of Ascent, and I think this is the fastest game of Ascent that we had in this time. Am I complaining? Maybe, because I wanted to see a lot more coming in from FPS, considering that this was their do-or-die situation. They could have made sure that they had a strong opportunity head-on down over into playoffs as they wanted here. But now they're almost in the mercy of velocity unless we see a massive comeback. But I am very, let's say, on edge about this. I don't think it's gonna happen. Going in for a push, shots are missed. Nizzy gets another one. Yes, I can get the last. Now it's all up to Rossi. Good flick and a half, kill one player, but that's pretty much it. Fancy United take it 13-1. It just happened. And Baba, I don't know what to say. Like, I really don't. This was a match that would have been interesting if we did not go over onto Ascent. Why not just ban Ascent? You are going up against Fancy United. You know it's one of their best matches. Just, they lost on the map video screen. I'm pretty sure that CCP and Universe, they knew this as well. They didn't want to highlight it at the time because they expected the poster boy of this entire tournament to make it happen. Sorry, the poster map, not the poster. What am I saying? It was a tragedy. 13-1 just hurts to watch.
It just hurts.
There was nothing to analyze as well. What do you say here, CCV and Universe? Because I'm lost for words. Maybe you guys can enlighten me a little bit here.
Well, we're just as much of at a lost stance as you are, Aggressive. Enlightenment is something that can only come through a lot of hard work, perseverance, and you know, I would say distance covering, which clearly was not done today by franchise players at all. Because this was honestly, I wouldn't even say this is you know, a performance that I would say is a bad day, because they're better than this. Even if they've got Kohli in the lineup, it's just, this is at best, this is just disappointment.
Yeah, from franchise players, they were
well, he's
a lot of questions unanswered that should have been, and a lot of expectations that ultimately did not go the way. However, this is a new site, right? Usually when we see Fancy United, Universe, there is one player that's always highlighted. Today
Nizzy
was not that case. Nizzy was on the chamber, he still did his job, but there was one person who went above and beyond, did everything and more in his capabilities to make sure his team got the easiest journey possible. And boy, oh boy, was it a smooth ride. Thanks to Yes I Can and him being as the solo duelist on the Phoenix. Again, these are very, very old tactics that now I'm not even going to call them tactics. These are new strategies Fancy United are bringing out, and it's working. I mean, this has less to do with, you know, Yes I Can being on the Phoenix, more just with Yes I Can being himself and getting kill after kill after kill. And I mean, yeah, it's all in numbers, Universe.
Yeah, I have no clue what, you know, could have been the outcome of this game if franchise would have actually put in a little bit more effort into their attack, because well, it just wasn't the way that it was supposed to be. Yes I Can and Co at Fancy were supposed to be the force on attack. That's where they would, you know, pick it up. But on the defense itself, they were absolutely
attacking. They started attacking. See, that's the thing. They were 5 or 6 rounds.
I don't think there was a single round across all of the 11 that they won on the defense where they did not push in towards mid.
Yeah.
They pushed in mid every single round, smoked off towards B-Link, smoked off, you know, high mid as well, top mid, and they were just letting Yes I Can go through. There were times where, you know, franchise players could see that there is a push coming. There's recons coming in from Suka. There's a knife being thrown in by killers. There's a smoke from Fichio as well. And yes, I can. Every time he's gone up to that high mid position or attacked towards B Link.
Yeah, see,
and
that's
still at times you saw Lightning Fast walking around with a knife in his hands.
That was the one thing towards top mid. More so, my particular dislike for franchise players, their mentality right now was, I can remember like, I think 2 or 3 rounds where Suka and Yes I Can went towards, mid, towards catwalk, where there's the circular thing in the middle.
Yep.
They saw B-Link and they gunned down 4 to 5 attackers. I am sorry. If you're in FPS, 4 to 5 of your players dying from that one position within the first 25 seconds of the round.
It was multiple rounds.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. There were at least 2 to 3 rounds this happened. That cannot be happening. That is, I'm sorry, I'm being harsh, but that is not acceptable at this stage. This is not what you expect from franchise players.
It's not even just that. It's about the fact that one change in the roster brings about this much disruption. It is absolutely insane to think that if this team actually ends up sticking with this playing 5 at some point, if Hellranger not being there makes this much of a impact on the team, then this team is going to become more one-dimensional than we already know it is, because they're not going to be able to adapt. We know that this team has got more players coming in the future as well. But you know what? My producer is telling me about something that I'm gonna love, and we've got it's like a river floating over the mountains.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. This is me in 3rd grade, like franchise plays in their graph is me in 3rd grade when my art teacher is like, guys, draw something. It's up and down, a lot of fluctuations, but yeah, again, it's the same thing, right? The thing is, when you are constantly dying out, your economy cannot go up. Like, okay, sure, franchise players, the one thing was they were getting the round bonus, which was allowing them to rebuy. But even after the rebuy, the guns just weren't working, or like, again, they weren't getting the kills.
It's not even about that. They were so slow with their approach, and the side of the defense were so attack-minded, which I think that, I don't know, for whatsoever reason, FPS did not expect. Were not keeping a track of it.
The breakthrough wasn't there.
Yeah, they were holding back angles, which I agree was a good approach, which let the opponent come to you. But if you're gonna be dry peeking out across angles when you're moving in towards B main, which multiple rounds SK Rossi did as well, when Nizzy with the operator, he's sitting and just absolutely torturing your team. He's just sitting in that one little stairs corner. He swings out, he's got a free kill. Second person swings out, free kill. Third person swings out, free kill. How are you going to challenge right now the current best player of this tournament with the highest KDA, with the best ACS, with the most damage per round, like that, with no utility being thrown at him?
See, and the problem for that is, for the side of franchise players, that even if they got a couple of kills, maybe they killed Nizzy, it's the fact that they needed a lot more than just one round or just a couple of kills to have that edge in the economy. Because another thing we saw in that economy graph was, it's okay, sure, whatever happened to franchise players, right, the ups and downs. For the side of Fancy United, it was very stable and very consistent, because again, so many of their players just kept on surviving. We talked about, I think both Aggressive and Baba also talked about Yes I Can's KD ratio. What was it, 7.3 at halftime? It
ended up at 6.3.
6 points. So again, goes to show the major KD differential.
Yeah.
But again, okay, Fancy United are done with the franchise players. Right now, next matchup of theirs is going to be up against Alter Ego as well. That one, maybe, I don't know what to anticipate right now. However, the players definitely need a break to refresh. I'm sure all the viewers, you guys would need a break as well. That's why us here at the Esports Club, we'll be right back.
I feel like I fought all my life for this. This one part, this 1/3 I've always missed. No, just don't let it go. I started the fight, but now I'm losing. So will I fall again? I'm scared of heights, yet it was me who ran away.
can't forgive, can't forget myself. The peace that I'm missing, it kills me inside. I need help, oh please give me back this one part, this one that I'm sorry I lost it. No, I let my weapons fall, I'm drowning in the fears, and now I know that I will fall again and let it go, but I can't stop to run away. To run away.
Welcome back everyone to LG Ultragear presents the Esports Club Challenger Series Edition 9, an official off-season event of the Valorant Champions Tour. This event is powered by Amazon.in. We've got our GPU partner Zotac, our gaming partner Intel, memory and storage partner Crucial, laptops are being provided by Asus, and as always, broadcast partner Loco, broadcasting our Hindi stream. But here on the English Analyst Desk, I'm C-Sweet, joined alongside Universe, and we are bringing to you the 5th day of the group stages of the round-robin format we have had. Why is it a round-robin format? Because we've got the 8 best teams from South Asia and Southeast Asia competing against each other, map after map, best of one after best of one. Already today, Universe, the 2 matches we've had, 2 upsets, shall we say. Estar, the bottommost team, defeated Bleed, the table runners, and right now we have had a 13-1 win of Fancy United over franchise players. So we are having a very, very unusual day.
Yeah, well, it's not something that we expected to go down the way it did across both the games, actually. First one, Estar, we thought they would be putting up a competition and that Bleed would take it in the end. But Bleed, well, they kind of, tripped over their own feet in this one. And in the second one, it seemed almost as if franchise players were not even ready for what, Yes I Can and co were going to throw at them, because that Phoenix burnt them alive. And of course, Nizzy on the back of it as well, with the operator covering up, just absolutely dominated the entire game. It didn't even matter who was on attack or defense. It was like one of these ranked games that you would see where you've got 5 players who randomly queue in. They've got the confidence of gods, and they push to your face even if they're on defense. They don't care. And that's exactly what kind of was the mentality going in. Fancy said, we've got this in the bag. We will take it. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, Fancy continue that rampage. We will find out in the game to come, because right now we've got Fancy United up against Alter Ego. Fancy, by the way, on a really good streak right now. They are 5-1 themselves, I believe.
Yeah, this is their final game.
If they win this game, they go on top of the table.
Yes, they will actually go on top of the table, and I believe they'll be overtaking Bleed as well. So, I mean, things are looking really, really good for them. I mean, throughout this entire tournament, right, we have been talking about Bleed and the kind of run they're having. However, this loss against Estar has definitely pushed them back a little bit, and Bleed, now they're not facing elimination by any stretch of the imagination. Bleed are looking very, very comfortable in their spot to qualify for the playoffs, to play for a chunk out of that $30,000 prize pool that we have on offer here at the Challenger Series. The only thing is, Fancy United may just overtake them, may just take the throne before we jump into the playoffs, which will of course change the seeding. Because here's one thing I'll let all the people know. The way the seeding works is, you have the top 4 teams of this entire group standings, right? The team on top, so standing number 1 will be facing off against the team in 4th. Standing 1 versus 4 will be one of our semi-finals. It's a best of 5, and our second semi-final will be standing 2nd and 3rd against each other. And of course, they'll be going, and the winners of each will be going to the finals. That is how it will be working. So the standings are very, very important. And keeping that in mind, let's have a look at the updated standings now, shall we?
Oh yeah. So as you can see, 5-1 right on top is Fancy United, and they are going to be staying there irrespective of the results of the next few games. Revenant have a chance to move above Bleed, or at least equalize the score with Bleed,
and then
they're going to be in the same spot, be around 5, and that is against Velocity, which is going to be happening, I believe, tomorrow. Right now, Alter Ego are the team to have a look at, ladies and gentlemen. If they win right now against Fancy United, they're going to have a chance to move further on and go up above Velocity. They've got a better chance than Velocity right now to make it to that top 4. Franchise, they're done. All of their games are completed. They're at now the mercy of both Velocity Gaming and Alter Ego. And that is a really, really tricky spot to be in, because CCV, both you and I know, if Velocity pull even one victory at this point, they're going to go above them. And then it all comes down to whether or not Velocity find the last win.
Yeah, so for all the members and franchise players, and for all their fans as well, franchise players qualifying isn't impossible. They still can qualify. However, now everything is dependent on the other team's results, on their opponent's results. They need a lot of things to go in their favor, which is why I recommend all of you to follow these matches very, very closely. This match may not affect franchise players a lot, however, it sure does affect Alter Ego and all their fans. Fancy United, on one hand, having a tremendous performance. These guys have only had one loss. That was to Reverend. That also was an overtime loss, by the way. So again, a couple rounds here and then, we may have just seen Fancy United having the best performance overall. As for Alter Ego, they didn't have the best of starts in the tournament. They played against Revenant. It wasn't, it was where Revenant were just looking way too strong on that map of Bind. They defeated Alter Ego, they moved on, but Alter Ego are looking to catch up. They're looking to get back into it. They haven't played as many games as their opponents, but today, with the 2 games they have, starting off with this one, they can absolutely overturn things.
Indeed. Let's have a look at the players, though. I think that they're going to be having a lot of work put up against them, Alter Ego. They've got pretty great players, of course, but I still believe that in the long run, these players have had their way in, go up and down.
Yeah.
They didn't really have the best of starts. They tried to bring it up. They tried their best to, make it work in their favor. But I still don't believe that they are out of this competition. Like, we just mentioned, they are the only team that's played 3 matches so far. So they've got 4 more left, and this is one of them. This one being probably the most difficult matchup for them right now, because Fancy United, of course, the current strongest team, it seems like, having been beaten only by Revenant, which again, was a very close loss, right?
Yeah.
So I really hope that today we're going to see some insane performances from these players.
I mean, considering today is the day of unusuality, and considering today is the day of upsets, Never know. Alter Ego, they're looking strong as well. They may just be able to defeat Fancy United. They may just be able to get another win. However, this roster of Fancy United, I think all 5 players, seeing the performance they just had against Franchise, they're looking scary. They are looking extremely scary. They want to continue their path of sheer domination and brutality. I mean, they're going to be merciless. They were merciless against Franchise players. 13-1. That's a team that's looking to just end things as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be really, really difficult for the side of Alter Ego, unless the map pool, which is a variable constriction, goes somewhat in their way. Alter Ego have a couple of maps that they are a little, comfortable with, which one of them being Ascent, one of them being Haven, and one of them being Icebox at times as well, as we saw against Bleed. They did have a comfortable, show up, but even though they lost that, they were really good on it. But hey, here we've got the 2 players who are on top of their scoreboards for their particular teams. Nizzy still maintaining that KDA above 2.5. He's got a damage per round of 192. He still did such an amazing job in the last game, even though he was not the MVP, not the top fragger. He still did get as many as he possibly could with that operator. And Delby, the counterpart for his team, has also done pretty, amazing stuff for his team.
Absolutely, both these players, the thing for them is regardless of what kind of role they are being put in, they can still perform their due diligence, they can still perform their duties of getting kills time and time again, and those influential frags as well. Universe, you had mentioned this, and I think even our casters had highlighted that when we saw Franchise players versus Fancy United, Nizzy as that chamber just stood in the bomb side and he gunned down so many members of the opposition that it made it so much more easier for his teammates to just close out the round. If Nizzy himself is getting so many of the kills, the pressure, the burden is taken off of his teammates, and the same goes for Delby. We have seen that same characteristic from him as well in the couple of matches Alter Ego have played. So both of these guys, that responsibility is already on their shoulders. However, it only will be amplified now that we know which map it is going to be. And okay, so far today has been going back and forth between 2 maps. We started off with Haven, and Haven it is once more.
Yeah, well, clearly Fancy, went ahead and banned that Icebox map, which I think that Alter Ego were hoping would come through.
Yeah.
They did go for that,
against Bleed.
Yeah, they did go for that against Bleed, and they had a pretty good performance until the end where Bleed just kind of, overrided them.
Yeah.
But here, Haven is, again, a Fancy United map as well. It is a map that they have been pretty comfortable on. They do not have any problems at all. They would love to go. This is a map which is, sort of made for the double duelist style as well at times if you have a, a set strategy for it.
But the thing is, Fancy United on the other hand, I mean, seeing their performances on Haven by far is the most played map of Fancy United. Is it the map with the highest win percentage? Not necessarily, but they've played this the most, and it makes sense, right? I think majority of the teams internationally, locally, in that tier 1 and tier 2 scene have played so much more of Haven and Ascent because of how popular these maps are. And for Fancy United, these guys, they kind of go against this double duelist kind of play, because the last time we have seen them, the most recent time we saw it, we actually saw a raise being picked up, and then you had just your regular agents. You had the breach, the fade, the chamber, the omen. That's all good, that's all well and good, but the raise was brought out. But there also have been times where Fancy United plays something completely off meta. These guys play double initiator, double controller, and bring a chamber. So I am talking about just completely focusing on the control side of things, and again the mid-range side of things, while also you have to sacrifice on a little bit of that spearhead in your attack, not having any dive agent whatsoever.
Yeah, but recently I think they've picked up that raise, and I think they want to go for a little bit more. Yeah, they want to go for that, duelist initiator combo that the raise provides as well, which is pretty good. So I think that it is going to be a really, really interesting matchup between these two on this map. I think it sets a pretty good precedent as to what is going to be happening with Alter Ego. Are they going to be able to make it or not is the question. Already, 2 SCA teams have looked like they're going to go through. Fancy, of course, one of them, and the side of Bleed, the other. Revenant looking comfortable in the 3rd spot, but that 4th spot is still open and up for grabs. 3 teams right now in contention for it. FPS, Velocity, and Alter Ego. which one of these three is going to make it. We will find out after this match concludes, because Alter Ego are just in much of a run as anybody else. But, ladies and gentlemen, to break it down more, we've got our casters waiting for us, right? It's going to be aggressive and Baba yet again. And what do you guys have to say about this? I'm waiting to know.
I believe before our casters, we can talk about it a little more. But
because I love getting embarrassed.
But no, I gotta say that on the side for Alter Ego, right? Pressure may just get to them once more. I think when we first saw Alter Ego, they may have gotten hit with when we first saw Alter Ego against Revenant, they may have gotten hit with the nerves, right? Because they were playing again off-season tournament of the Valorant Champions Tour, international teams. There was so much going on. They just didn't have the best of performances against Bleed. Yes, it was still a loss. However, it was much more of a fight that AE put up, and that too. Okay, it may have been because of the fact that the map was something Alter Ego liked a little bit more. I think these guys definitely prefer Icebox over Bind. Credit for them, happiness for them. Neither Icebox nor Bind are here. They can play it out evenly and calmly on Haven. But regardless of that, it's also got to be about what their strategy is. We've talked about Fancy's strategy. Now it's time to have a look at the agent selection screen itself and see what Alter Ego will be opting for.
Yep, and it looks like it is going to be, Raze right there for the side of Fancy. They are going to have Killer's play on it. Nizzy's going to stick with that chamber as he always does. And the other side, we've also got a Raze on the other side.
Whoa.
Very, very interesting, actually. And it is a similar, except for the fact that it's a Breach and Fade, except for a Breach and Sova on the other side.
I mean, okay, these guys, they are very, very conscious with how they want to play. I mean, again, I'm just going to say it. Most likely, it's going to be a mirror comp with that one exception of Kush and Yes I Can. Other than that, it's going to be Kush and Suka. But other than that, I got to say that theoretically, these guys are looking for something very, very similar. Now, what kind of changes will they have in their minor gameplay that will allow, them to have an advantage?
Yeah, well, I think that it is going to be really important for the side of, Alter Ego to try and make sure that Kush is involved in the game as much as possible.
Right.
Because the Fade is really strong. Her ultimate, of course, is, is deafening, is, life depreciating. It has all its nooks and corners, right, that they can exploit the best. Sova, though, is a person who can play on the post plant, perfectly damaging if you know how to use that ultimate well, and of course to stop plants from going down as well. So I really hope that this initiator difference, which is between Sova and the Fade, is going to be at least equalized a little, because I don't want this to run into a situation where the Fade has a lot more of an effect. But hey, ladies and gentlemen, the game's about to begin, and here's Baba and Aggressive waiting for you. We see y'all later.
Honestly, I'm extremely surprised that this composition came through. Again, I love the idea that they went in for the race. I'm completely fine with that. It's okay to pick up the race on this particular map because of how the strategies evolved and with the addition of Fade. But Fancy United, they're the ones who have the Fade in their arsenal, while Alter Ego have no Fade to enable this race to do what he does best, to create chaos. How will this agent get a lot of value out of her utility if there's absolutely nothing to set up the race for this to happen? Yeah, you have an aftershock, but is the aftershock, sorry, the fault line, mind you, sorry, not the aftershock. Is the fault line as good as maybe a Fade Seize? No. Not at all.
Yeah, but all in all, I've got to say that this is an interesting composition coming from both sides. Having some changes, and Noxy does what he does best with a headshot. He'll start it off for Alter Ego to get its early advantage by removing killers out of that play. Duelist out, it will be even much more tougher to proceed with some aggressive attempts to see whether if he can get an early pick or not. And especially with a race like that, satchel charges, paint bombs won't be available for Team Fancy United. Information's being given from Curse as he will take some minor damage, but in the end, the reward will be worth it. Information will be given regarding Fancy's whereabouts as they're thinking of making a way all the way towards the A side, but instead it's just a distraction. But Huxley immediately knows exactly what's happening. He gets to remove Nizzy, and now with the confusions being laid around from Fancy's end, it's going to be difficult for them to determine whether if heading towards the C side would be a good idea.
Yeah, Nizzy's death is going to be something that haunts them for a while, but Fishio's going to be able to clean things up there. Good feet coming in from him, catching Haxley, as I do believe he was given a calm, and because of the fact that he was given a call out, completely threw the entire team into it. They had no idea what to expect, but oh my god, what a beautiful shot coming in from Noxy. That's a kill that they wanted, and the one that they needed. Suka misses out on a couple of his own bullets, and the members of AE, they're able to get out of the gates running for this one. 1-0 as Fancy United. They just got completely caught off guard from this first one.
Yes, indeed. Ultragear, what a way to start things off, especially with Noxy. He gets to succeed with 2 shots with the Headhunter. And now, talking about the first round itself, Ultragear succeeding this pistol round would be able to get much more comfort towards the second round as well. And now, you gotta know that Fancy United, they've had an amazing matchup when they went up against franchise players. 13-1 on map Ascent. Although that this is a shaky start coming in from them by not winning their pistol rounds, there is still a lot of rounds that needs to be done. But for Ultragear, just like Universal CCB mentioned, they're trying to get the spot for the playoffs, and they're gonna make sure everything to get it as best as possible. Starting off, it will be Noxy once again. He's been delivering fatal blows towards the opposition side, and he's making sure that he'll be able to get a maximum damage as best as possible. And just look at the HP from Yes I Can and Suka. Just from the hip fires of the Marshal will put Fancy United in a difficult spot.
Definitely will. Nizzy, once again, he has buys to make things work. They went in for this force, and this force could just be the make it or break it for them. Not really getting the advantages that they wanted, not really getting the advantages that they needed. They're pretty much running into the firing line, and the members of Alter Ego, yep, they have the control. That's going to be a kill, but at the bare minimum, they get a spike line down, and it's all up to Nizzy to try and close things out and make things a lot more competitive here. And that's exactly what he does over from the back end of this push against the danger man for this play. He survives, and he lives for it all. AE taking another win under their belt. They're more than happy for this fight to go in their favor. They shut down the force by, and Fancy United, they're now stuck on a trip. Sorry, they're now stuck on an eco.
Yep, eco round it is. I can feel you there, aggressive. It happens to me as well. But yeah, talking about round number 3, yeah, Fancy United, they will be forced for yet another option for them to go for either a force buy or just head out and go in for a safe buy as of now. And talk about Noxy's plays all the way from C long. The first we saw his Headhunter deliver some major devastating damage, and then in the second round he does the same thing once again with the Marshal. And on round number 3, he's going to do the exact same thing once again by bringing the Marshal, mainly because it's a bonus round, and they want to make sure that they would have a good amount of value once they reach in towards round number 4 itself. So you've got to worry whether if Fancy United can secure this attack round or not, but immediately we got to see them pushing all the way towards the B side. That information will be revealed nonetheless from the traps being laid around. But here comes Del B once again with the Bulldog. That's one. The second will be relayed one nonetheless. The third, the flick. My goodness, Del B going absolutely insane with the Bulldog, which leads to Suka and Nizzy. The only 2 players left. Kush knows exactly where his location is, but the headshot from Nizzy is so supreme. There might be a chance for them to bring this back, but no, it does not. Noxy and Aiden King will make sure that does not happen. 3-0, and Ultragear, they're looking very promising on defense.
Yep, the defensive side for this particular map looks to be a lot more powerful at the end of the day, but on the other side of the spectrum, I do believe that, hey, it's not that out of the ordinary to take the first 2 rounds, considering the members of Fancy United did opt to go in for a force buy on the second. So now is where the real test for a team will start. Will the members of AE be able to take control here? Because again, Fancy United, they have the much more stronger weaponry, and the stronger weaponry here on this particular map really does add up, because you don't have a lot of close range fights that you can use for with that Spectre. Positions are known. Kush has an idea that a possibility of an A-side hit could be present. And Kush needs to run away. Give up the sight. And I like the fact that he's walking away instead of running away. That could have been a call for the attackers to just immediately rush their way forward, because he's leaving the site alone. But they have no idea how many people are holding the site still. They're taking it slow. Members of Fancy United, they're playing it well. But how well? We'll soon find.
The main deciding factor for Fancy United has to be Nizzy, because he's the one who needs to find the opening pick, and maybe we might be able to see that right now from Noxy. One shot to the head might determine its cause, but Noxy is going to lose a lot of shots, and with it, it will give a chance for Fancy United to proceed with the push. Information's been given from the drone, and here comes Nizzy, succeeding his gunfight. He has to remove Noxy, and now the chances in for Fancy United to make the push. With the chamber being eliminated, they are now free to go in for the push, but they have absolutely no idea on how many players' presence have been detected from the side of Ultragear. Plants will be done, post-planted it is, and now for Fancy United, they've got to make a way to win this. Look at the destruction from Ultragear, especially from Kosh, but you still have Fishio. 1v1, it's the Battle of the Omens. And it's all down to Huxley, who needs to make sure that this post plan needs to be at the hands of AE in order for them to put themselves back on a ridiculous lead of a 4-0.
Do you have any idea that it's gonna be a heaven play?
Well,
He
it's
whips the shots. He whipped the shots. At the end of the day, he had the play of his life. He just could have gotten the kill right there. Very easily. Nothing would have gone wrong for him. 2 seconds later, he walks out and he was not prepared for that fight. Ouch. Or no. Members of Fancy United, they're showing a lot of cracks here. Maybe Ascent is their forte, but Haven, seemingly at the start of this match, does not seem to favor them.
3 successful post-plant defusals from Ultragear, winning clutches. And for Fancy United, amidst the opening pick that they've received in that particular time, they're forced to head in for a long. And Kosh might be able to find good value from out of this. My goodness, Hunter's Fury. There goes, yes, I can. The breach. It was so helpful for them to use the fault lines and the flashes. And now, how are you going to proceed with the A push without it? Still get to see the push coming in. Kush and Del B just holding their ground as best as possible, and they've made a major damage. But on the bright side, it's still a 2v2. Huxley is still present, so does Noxy. Now it's a mirror matchup once again in round number 5. The AWP in the hands of Noxy, where one single shot to the body is more than enough to confirm the kill. And now, with the help of Paranoia, he might be going for the kill, but no, he misses it. He gets one. Can he get a second? No, Fishio gets it. Thrifty round for Fancy. My goodness.
How are they winning rounds to whiffs? Feels as though whoever whiffs more will be the one to win.
The starting shot from Hunter's Fury was so good.
Yeah.
And an end result of a 2v2 with a thrifty round from Fancy? Man.
Ugh. That's gonna sting a little bit, that's for certain. They have the control, they have everything under wraps here. But on this 4-1 scoreline, Fancy United, they finally get themselves on the board. They took out an operator, and now with the Rolling Thunder available, yes, they can. Sends him down over towards the sky, but this one ultimate could just close things out in a much more of a better line. He's going to be the one to play on the duelist this time around, so things are looking up for him. It's going to be Dizzy once again opening things up for the entirety of the team. The defenders are now down one player in particular, and that will be Adrian. His utility would have been crucial for this entire holdup, but push, maybe double dip for him will be a costly one. But again, it's always up to Fishio. He has the flank under check, he has the flank under wraps, and there's absolutely no way they get into the site anymore. Fancy United, they have full control, even with the bodies dropping. It's completely fine and dandy because members of AE, they know they're royally screwed if they try to go in towards the side, opting for a save instead. Get those 2 Vandals out of the picture because they need those Vandals considering they don't have a buy in the fall.
Yeah, Fancy United, an amazing job on recovering the A side and also recovering the round, making sure to watch those flanks. And Fishio has done an excellent job in doing so. Round number 6 at the hands of Fancy United as they're starting to bring things back up in their favor. And for Ultragear, knowing that they had such great promising first half, I wouldn't say first half, like 4 rounds back-to-back in their hands, winning their post-plant defusals. And now Fancy United kind of feels like they know exactly what to do in the certain moments. The first 4 rounds, I believe Fans United was trying to understand the way how Ultragear worked at that certain moment. And once they realized that there was one single weakness that Ultragear had, they started to use it to their advantage. And guess what happened? They've succeeded in recovering 2 rounds, and it's Noxie's turn, who will still succeed in the challenge up against Nizzy. And with him being gone, if Nizzy's been silenced in round number 7, things will be a lot more difficult for Fans United, knowing that the power hitter for that team will be eliminated.
It looks pretty rough here for the members of Fans United. But again, looks to be the position that they need to play and push again. The shot's gonna be clean. Adrian King again gets that first initial frag up that they wanted. Coming in with a beautiful shock dart as well. Geometry lessons coming in clutch as they get another one for themselves, but still the equalizations are going to be coming in from the side of Suka. Suka's the only one who has a high enough HP to take this fight. Killer S needs to find the timing of his life to try and find this play. But it's all up to Noxie. And the force it. Good shot.
Spike down A.
Doesn't miss the easy ones now, does he? It's all up to Suka to try and go in for a clutch. Close to impossible.
30 seconds left.
And for Fancy United, their dreams could be slipping away here with the members of Alter Ego leading the charge and getting themselves in towards the fray here for this entire duration. They have the control, they have the guns, they have everything that they need to win, and the time is not in the favor of Suka.
10 seconds left.
Definitely isn't. Suka will somehow get away with a kill to remove Kush out of that place, but he needs to succeed with the plant. Huxley going in for the fake teleport, but he's not going to do it. Suka knows exactly what's happening. Huxley almost about to be removed, but it's still a chance for Fancy United to succeed this. But here comes Noxie all the way from the backside. But he doesn't have any proper information on Suka's whereabouts. They only know that they're in the A side, but it could be any. And Huxley is going to go out. There's still a chance for Suka to bring this back. And with a phantom, oh, Noxie, he will get away with the win, especially when Suka was tagged to a total of 55 HP. He will make sure to give them the win that Ultragear required. 5-2. An amazing display of utility usage coming in from Ultragear's end. You even saw the shock dart. You even saw 2 kills from the Sheriff. One of them was a headshot dink, and the confirmation of the kill from the shock dart.
This Noxie versus Nizzy fight is really what's heating up slowly but surely. Noxie going toe-to-toe with Nizzy, and that is something to behold. But goddamn Suka, man. This guy is on another level when it comes down to these type of plays. Had the timing, have everything under wraps. The play was good, but if he just had that slight bit of information of where Nizzy was coming from when Nizzy was running up from long, that could have been the game changer. He could have played all the way towards spawn, went up to heaven, wasted a lot of time with the util that he had, and just played it down properly. It could have been drastically different of what could have been the case moving on down the line. But for AE, they get another round and they get another chance. But the economy needs to start building up as well. If they lose here, that's going to be pretty bad. But it seems as though AE losing, it's not in their dictionary.
The Rolling Thunder will just make sure that Fancy United would not make an attempt to push all the way towards the A side, so they'll be forced to make to be there all the way towards A long. So this has given a lot of opportunity for Ultragear to gain maximum amount of information thanks to Huxley. And by the time, once they decide to fall back from the B side, a trap will be laid around from the Omen. And Fancy United, they have absolutely zero idea, knowing that Huxley would be there all the way towards the spawn. Now the difference is, would they commit for a full-on Heaven's push? No, they won't. And Huxley, he found the opening. Though the patience information will be given, but Nizzy, he will get away with the kill. My goodness.
30 seconds left.
That is so well done from Nizzy, making sure that every single corner is checked while he proceeds with the push. And now it's danger zone. The fortress, Nizzy will be forced to fall back. Beautifully done from Fancy United. Now they can just go in for a committed push. The aftershock, the denial. Nizzy can go for the push. But Noxie is faster. He finds one. No misses. Nizzy gets it. It's a 1v1. Kush has the information from the owl drone, the shock drone, the dart. Information's been given. Nizzy's still in the danger zone, and he will not win that gunfight. Kush, close encounters. And Ultragear, they will get away with a win. Such a close round, my goodness. Nizzy almost had the clutch. But it always came down with the info game, the owl drones, the recon dart, it was more than enough to confirm its suspicions and go with the pre-fires to get away with the win. But look at the utility usage that FCY used. Look at it. Fault line, aftershock, beautiful. That was so beautiful.
Alter Ego just had that entire and I love this. Members of Fancy United, though, on the other hand, they are not loving a single second of this. Even though Nizzy is having a stellar performance in the way that he's been playing, I do believe that, yes, I can, considering how much Phoenix he's been playing throughout this entire tournament, he's having a rough time adjusting to the match. He's not able to set up his teammates. He's not feeling that confident when it comes down to his duels, and it is showing here. Fancy United, they need to take this pause to reset themselves when it comes down to their strategies. I understand the ideas that they're going in for, but their set plays just feel so off. The timing is just not there, and that's primarily to do with the initiator not being able to set the pacing for this entire matchup. The members of AE, they're just punishing all of the mistakes being made by Fancy United. That's it. It's just a punishment so severe that the members of Fancy United, they're just not able to bounce back from it.
And with this timeout being requested from Fancy United, this time, although they've made their best set of uses with the utility game, but when it comes to the economy, things are not looking too good from their end. So that's the main reason why they've headed for the timeout. The amount of punishments, just like you said, Aggressive, it's been so severe, especially in the early rounds itself. Letting them get away with the ultimate orb while Kush is still dealing major damage. The Hunter's Fury, which could cause a lot of threat towards Alter Ego's end. But not at this time, though. He still needs to gain more Ultops to make sure that he'll be able to get his Hunter's Fury as of now. But for Fancy United, they were this close to secure round number 8. And now with some plans being laid with the timeout coming to an end, they might be able to make sure that they would secure round number 9 and make sure that this round would go in the favor for them in the end.
Getting back at this one, though.
Oh, jeez, okay.
6
3
and
stack.
2, and okay, this 3 stack could just be the game. Cannot.
Spike down.
Still gets a
A.
kill out of it. What? Man's absolutely crazy, and now Physio, he's gonna try his own hand in this. Doesn't really work out in his favor, but still Killer gets the one regardless. Kush is gonna be able to catch out Physio. He's just so wise beyond his years. The way that he just knew the angle was gonna be coming in. Physio had no idea that Kush expected him on the play. And now it's all up to Nizzy, the superstar for the side of Fancy United. Can he make
30
it?
seconds left.
Or is he gonna break? I do believe with Noxy holding the angle with the operator, things don't.
Yep. And that's confirmed. 7-2 for Alter Ego. What a beautiful performance being shown around from Alter Ego's end. Triple stack from C-Long. Using the fault line and getting away with major impact towards the side of Alter Ego. They even got the confirmation on the spike. They even have information on the rest of places all the way from C long. Mid is also covered. They know exactly where Fancy United Esports are, except for Nizzy, who was still all the way from the B side itself. Uncontested because he was currently doing the luck job. But man, if you take a look at Fancy United, although the display of utility game and gunfight is just so promising, somehow they're getting outsmarted from AE.
Just running it in now. They have the control that they want. They have the angles that they are trying to play around them. But the real question is this enough for them to finish things off properly? Suka. He has the Sheriff in hand, has the perfect crosshair placement that he needs to get away with 1 kill, but that position is so dangerous. He is this confident in this play. It could just work out for him, but at the same time, it could be horrible as well. It's going to be Killer X. He's stuck down over towards the bottom end of this sideline. He has 2 of the angles. It's going to be Killer still surviving, and the members of Fancy United, they still get the trades off in the mid for long because the sprays are just way better. Last player has already been spotted, and they just need to hold, they just need to chill. The angle's gonna be good. The shotgun's not gonna be finding the frag that it wants. Swing out from one one side, does get the kill, and more than enough time to go in for the defuse. It's gonna be the members of Alter Ego surviving, and when it came down to this eco round, the members of Fancy United nearly just pulled off a miracle. The post plan was gorgeous, but Suka was just not able to find the shot that he needed to there at the very end to close things out.
Yeah, especially with the smoke blocking out that particular place, really did give Alter Ego the promising win that they needed. That crossfire angle that had been placed from both Huxley and I believe one more was Kush, right? Huxley and Kush were the only two players left on that post-plan situation. The way how they covered the angles, the way how they checked every single corners, trusting his teammate, making sure that every single angle has been given perfect, pinpoint, accurate information, getting away with so many kills, and they worked it as a team. That was just so well done from Alter Ego's end. 15 kills to Kush as he's been dealing major damage to the side, and also Undisputed is available too. So once they have the info, things will look a lot dicier towards the side of Fancy. And Noxy, my god, still attempting for a shot. Might be able to find some good information from that, but he'll be forced to go. He'll be forced to use the TP to fall back safely.
It's not looking that good for them though. AE, they carry so much weight when it comes down to how they will play and also which teams will qualify down the line. If Fancy United lose here, this will open up a lot of opportunities for the teams down below to get a chance to work their way up. Fancy United, they're guaranteed a spot, but for AE, this is their do or die. If they win here, they're pretty much getting one step closer to taking this entire bracket stage away and turning it on its head. We're gonna have what, about 4 teams on a 3-3 scoreline if they win here and also take one against Velocity.
Okay, whoa, Nizzy. Here. That's a great shot. And that too, it's an important one of that too. It's because it's Kush. Hunter's Fury won't be available, so does Kenny not being able to hold out all the way from the A side. It should be all theirs. But still, Agent King is still there, he's still present. The aftershock will force all 3 players from Fancy United to fall back, and that's the reason that they want to hold on this angle. Yes, I can. We'll make sure to find the opening, which leads to Huxley, who is currently a bit late on the flank. He's going to figure out a way to see whether if he can salvage this round out, and maybe he might be able to find out Nizzy. No miss shot, but he'll still be able to get it. And Ficio, that's what he is, but can he guess the shot? Yes, he does. He'll make sure to deny it and give Fancy United the round win that they require. 8-3, as Fancy United has only secured 3 rounds on attack. And for Alter Ego, I've got to say, their hold, they're fine. You could say that Fancy United have finally found the confidence to it, but the main problem has to be consistency, because this is the final round. This is round number 12. And if Fancy United secures 1 more round on attack, this could at least help them cement their first half, so that once they're on defense, they'll be able to hold their ground even much further once they reach to it.
Consistency is key, but also on the other side of the spectrum, think about it like this. The members of AE, they have lost out on so many of their players when it came down to the previous couple of rounds that they don't really have a lot of buys here. So the buys are pretty weak. The members of Fancy United still have proper weaponry to take the engagements, but they also took a lot of damage when it came down to the grenades. So they're gonna give up the site, and I love this play. Members of AE, they know what they have done, and Kush once again, he's so good when it comes down to the Hunter's Fury, getting so much value. He tagged out 2 players.
Spike planted.
That's everything that he needs to do. Noxy's gonna be able to clean up Ficio, and now the pincer strat's gonna come in from either side. Killer S, it's up to him to try and maybe equalize things out, but doesn't really happen. The crossfire is just better. Adrian and Haxley gets 1 more. Zuko on the side, good for 1, possibly good for 2. That's it. Doesn't get anything more than that. The members of AE, they get the cursed scoreline under their belt. And I'm pretty sure that CCB in the background is shaking his head as soon as I said the word. Maybe, just maybe, this is what Fancy need.
And let's not forget about Universe's prediction as well, right? He also makes his good predictions too. So in this first half, 9-3, the curse is in effect, but also, you know, it's Alter Ego who has potential advantage in this first half, because all they've got to do is just they have to secure 4 rounds on attack, right? Yeah, 4 rounds on attack. You might think it's simple, but once you get in towards the second half, you got to make sure that you have good control towards your economy. And also, as we get to see the stat comparison between Noxie and Nizzy, man, the Battle of the Chambers is so exciting to watch. 11 kills to Noxie, 12 kills to Nizzy, and almost 1 kills per round from both the sides. It's so equalized. At this point, we cannot even predict who would have the advantage when it comes to the initial picks. It always comes down to these two chamber mains right here to determine the fate of the round.
These chambers are just at their throats. Noxie going up on 11 kills, Nizzy as well on 12. Noxie's been getting so many impact frags throughout this entire game, and that's one of the main reasons why he's just on fire here in these type of scenarios. I love it when I see them play, but man, oh man, this Kush just take away the limelight from the team. 17 kills again on an initiator with a KDA of 3.4. 3.4, Baba.
Decider maker. He is the decider maker for Ultragear. Especially from his Hunter's Fury that had gained 2 kills. Especially once they arrive with the execute towards the A side, Kush immediately knows exactly where their locations are, and he just used to it accordingly. Either he gets kills, or he would just end up dealing so much damage that it's difficult for Fancy Unit to proceed with the push, knowing mainly because you don't even have a Sky nor a Sage to help you sustain that damage.
Yep. Those initiators are really helping out the members of AE at the end of the day, and I completely take back my statement. Apparently they don't need the fade. Who needs to combo your abilities when you just have a demonic entity known as Push on your team who's able to get 17 and 7 on an initiator such as Sova?
And that too with the Sova. It's a Sova with 17 kills.
Yeah. I mean, Kush has been doing this for this entire tournament, so are you really surprised? Even when his team is losing, the man's still consistently dropping 20, 15, 25 kills on a regular basis.
I mean, even if it's a 9-3, it always depends on whether Fancy can win the special round. And he already deep within C Long, and Killers will make sure that he'll be able to punish him. Second will be done the same too from Ficio's end, and looks like the side of Team Ultragear is trying to lose their momentum all the way towards C Long. They try to make it a for an aggressive push, and Izzy will make sure to win his initial gunfight towards his arch nemesis Noxie. It's all down to Adrian King. The breach, the spike in hand, a ghost, and 4 players. A dream to make this happen. Oh, never mind.
Spike here.
You know what? I think I need to, tone down the hype a bit, because mainly for a moment there I thought Aiden King was about to make that clutch, but yeah, my god. All right. Fancy Unite, they will secure the attack round. Fancy Unite, they will attack the defensive rounds in the second half. And I've got to say, the attempt of a C-Long really didn't go in their favor here, Aggressive.
Yeah, normally whenever you go for a C-Long hit over on a pistol round, it does not bode well for you if the members of Fancy United read into the strategies. And I do believe that if we had the heat map for AE previously, and we compare the statistics on VLR as well, they love to take C side quite often when it comes down to pistols, and the members of Fancy United, they did their homework for that. Haven, pretty strong pickup, but the members of Fancy United, they're reading into a couple of their strategies. That's why they had 3 people on C, which is very uncommon, mind you. You normally never have 3 people on C. But Fancy, they made the read, and it was perfect for them. AE walked into a trap, but maybe the members of Ultragear are walking into another one, because look at the players holding from the B side. They have an idea of how this is going to pan out. The breach flash is in check, and just one sound, just one misplaced footstep or an utility, the flash is going to come, and the mowdown is going to come.
Down mid.
The paranoia, the flashes, the defense from FCY. Mwah. Perfection. Absolute perfection coming in from FCY's end. Look at the timing of it all. Look at the information that they've gained from Fancy's end. My goodness. 9-5. They secured both the pistol round as well as the next to it, which means that FCY will be stuck in a bonus round. And this could be the chance where Ultragear could bring this back in their favor. Unless and until if they figure out a way to remove Nizzy out of that place, especially all the way towards C Long. So Ultragear, they've got to be very careful of this specific op player right there. So they're gonna make that full attempt all the way towards A Long. And look at the information that they're gaining from the info of the Fade. Killers will find out 1. And now Aiden King, he's gonna run all the way towards the C long, and that's where Nizzy is. That's exactly the perfect timing. That's quiet. There's one. The trap's been set, the bait's been laid, and now Nizzy might be able to find this. No, misses the timing. Oh, this is just so unfortunate for him. And that will give the confirmation of post plan for Ultragear.
That's all that they needed to try and get this one down. Because the way that the positioning went and the way that this play was going on down through, members of AE, they just have full control now. They get the plan down, and the members of the defense, they're just a little bit too far away to try and even contest this. A little bit too late here, but Killers, maybe he can just turn things around for his squad. One kill is all that he needs, and one kill is one that he will find. Wait a second.
Killers.
Man's just pulling off a miracle. The shots are gonna be hitting. Noxy does get another one. Yeah, he just needs to stick. There's no way. I say, members of AE, they get the 10th round on the board, and the buy round is gonna be going in their favor, but a very expensive round, mind you, because they had to completely commit to this play.
Was a full-on made commitment from Fancy United's end. They almost had a chance to, hold their ground, but when you saw Alter Ego, especially Nizzy, who had a lot of problems in securing the second kill to remove Noxy out, that was a lot to take in, especially from Nizzy's end. He even saw that he had the crosshair right in his end, but the click, he was one click away of getting that shot out, but being able to lose a gunfight like that is going to put Ultragear in a much more advantageous state, 10-5, and a timeout will be requested because this is very crucial for Ultragear. Mainly because their eco is a little bit in shambles as of now, mainly because you get to see them forced with bulldogs and just light armors. The same thing can also be said for Fancy United. So when it comes to the eco round, when it comes to the economy from both the sides, you could say it's a bit equalized from both the sides, don't you think?
Looking at how this entire matchup is going, I do believe that the members of Alter Ego taking this pause will just reset themselves mentally a little bit, because from what I can see, Fancy United, they have an idea of how they want to play their defensive rounds, but they're just falling flat because of the level of aggression that AE have on a little bit of the set plays that they're going in for. AE, a team that loves to rush a lot more, considering they don't have a lot of utility to combo off of each other. They need information, they need the site, and as soon as they do get the site, then they have a lot of combo potential to go through, because then you're just funneling your utility to one particular site line. Noxy, no need for the peek there, buddy. Why? That's a big costly push. I do believe they have an idea that there's a heavy mid-sag going in, and because of that mid-sag, they can easily take over the C side. The plan's gonna go down, but the post plan needs to be even more perfect coming in from them.
Now here's the problem for Ultragear. They've got to be worried about two specific angles. They have to worry about the flank, they still have to worry about the spawn, and now FCY, they've got where they want it to be. Now all they've got to do is just make sure that they remove every single player out of the equation, and look how Ultragear is playing as of now. Once they realized that they'll be exposed on two particular angles, they immediately went back all the way to C long to ensure that they have much more potential to win this gunfight. But that is going to leave the whole C side untested. The smoke supplies the rolling thunder for the denial. Every single player on the side of FCY goes jumping, and they'll be forced in a concussive state with the aggression. They have to make it for the coach. They're making the best efforts to hold him. He gets denied. And Nizzy, does he have enough time? No, he does not. He's forced to fall back. And AE has made a crucial decision which will let them gain even much more further in the lead, 11-5. And the thinking of them realizing that, hey, we know that both of the angles we've been compromised. It's best to hold on one particular angle instead. All four of them were in C long, which forced FCY to come in all the way towards the C side, spend some utilities mainly because they didn't have any information on players' whereabouts. That is so well done from Ultragear's end. I gotta say, from Ultragear, they are 2 rounds away of securing this. 2 rounds. That's all it needs. And Ultragear, they still have a chance to proceed, and my goodness. coach on the side of FPS is just making sure that they only have 2 rounds of attack left. No matter what kind of strategies that the side of FPS is going to pull through, they've got to make sure that this does not happen. They've already secured second place, Fancy United. Alter Ego, they still have a chance to be qualified in this playoffs. And they only have 4 matchups left. 2 for today and 2 for tomorrow. And those 4 matches will determine whether if Alter Ego has a chance to be in the playoffs. Those 4 matches, including this. This is interesting coming in from FCY's end. They're making a full-on 4 stack all the way from C-Log, mainly because they have a broken buy this time. And for Alter Ego, knowing that it's free real estate all the way from the A side, they will proceed to go in for the plant, which means that Fancy United will be forced for concentration once again. And Nox knows exactly what's happening. Here comes the first frag, removing Killer off of that place, but immediate refrag will be made from Nizzy nonetheless. And for the defenders, they've got the control when it comes to crossfire angles, but once they head in for that gunfight, they don't have the necessary weaponry to concede or succeed in this gunfight. Kush will find one, so does Suka to go in with an immediate trade, but time's running out for FCY as they're losing a lot of time. They have to go in for the push and they have no other choice to go aggressive. And with it, Alter Ego will finally find its mark. 12-5, match point is in for Alter Ego. This is exactly what Alter Ego needs to make sure that they could step up in the game. And that too, defeating Fancy United, who've been so dominating on map Ascent and also on Fracture with the double duelist comp they've used. And I've got to say, the performance that we are seeing from Alter Ego right now is so powerful. The utilities are working out well. The mind games that they're playing from Alter Ego's end, it's working out well in their favor. And this might be it for Fancy United. If they have to bring this back, they've got to make sure that they win every single rounds on defense. And especially having a broken buy on the side of Nizzy. Spectres only. He doesn't have the trademark. I mean, he still has the TP utility, but he doesn't have the headhunters, nor he has the trap utility to give important information. So this is going to cost a lot for them. No information, they're heading in blind. Alter Ego has the advantage. Now all they've got to do is just secure post plant and make sure victory is at the hands in their favor. And here comes the push. All the way from the B side, it's Del B. Who's going to use the boom board to make sure and ensure that it will be denied. The aftershock will be placed as well from Aiden Kings itself. Will deny it. Proceed with the plant nonetheless. Post plant once again. FCY. What will be the response? Kush. My goodness. Damage dealer. And potentially a decision maker for Alter Ego. But Huxley is all the way right from behind. He might be able to move Tisha out. And looks like he'll do exactly that. The third will be denied as well. The hands of LB. Nizzy needs to figure out a way. Meanwhile, we see Suka using the exact crossfire angles all the way from the B side. Can get control all the way from there. But he got to be forgot. But you also need to be careful all the way from the long angle sides. That's where Nizzy is. And this time you could say the Alter Ego will finally have it under the backs. But is it for long? Nizzy finds one. Agent King goes down. So does Nizzy. Does he have the time? No. Paranoia will force Huxley. And he'll get the final frag. Ladies and gentlemen, Alter Ego will finally get it 13-5 as they will secure their matchup up against Team Fancy United Esports. And now I'll just give the mic back to the analyst and see what they have about this.
Well, it has been quite an interesting matchup. We did not really expect this to go the way it did. Fancy United, who just came off of an amazing win against FPS, have been toppled over on Haven. And I don't know what to say about this. This is completely been a roller coaster of a tournament so far, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, it's a fender bender. It's one where I think you just don't know what to expect, because every single matchup, it goes completely against what is, again, the rational opinion, right? Every single matchup that we have had has just been one just flipped over its head.
Yeah.
But yeah, about this matchup as well, I think Alter Ego definitely played well. No one can take that away from them. But from the side of Fancy United as well, right, they were trying so many new things. And I guess kind of what happened to Bleed earlier today as well. These teams, they've had really good performances. That's why they think they can experiment or try to do something more. However, in doing so, they underestimate their opposition and ultimately they have to pay their respects.
Yeah, indeed. And, you know, I think that with Fancy being the team that could have gone on top of the table today, I'm not quite sure if they're going to remain there depending on the, you know, the inner details.
Yeah.
I still think that obviously they're going to be staying in that top two. But the MVP of today, clearly, Kush, what a player he has been, as the Sova absolutely dominated this entire game. His ultimates were amazing, by the way, finding kills out of nowhere without a recon, without any sort of information, just relying on his pure knowledge and game sense. He was able to find a lot of kills with his Hunter's Fury today, and that has translated into a victory for his team and a 2.3 KDA for him, along with a 321 ACS.
And I think, yeah, the numbers obviously speak for themselves, but Universe, like you said, his performance is so much more than just, you know, the damage per round, which, by the way, is insane. 220,
Yep.
the KDA, the amount of kills he got, you know, getting into that 20 barrier, really, really nice. But, yeah, the way in which he was helping out his team and further personally capitalizing off of those utility plays alongside the rest of Alter Ego sealed the deal to a certain extent for their side and sealed the fate of this entire match, as the side, as Fancy United just weren't able to cope up with all of the changes that were taking place. And now that we can see the entire scorecard, we also get to see the performances of all of these players. And for Alter Ego, it's, very consistent.
Yeah, you know what the best part is, though? If you compare the kills between the two teams, they're not that far off, except for Yes I Can, right? He's the only one who's in single digit. The others have tried to put in for the side of FCY. But the problem has been those kills are more of a, you know, mid-round kill than it being more of an impact kill.
Right.
And that's exactly why there's such a big disparity in the round differential, right? Otherwise, if you look at the number of kills that Nizzy, Suka, Killers, and Fishy have put up, it should have been at least a 13-8, 13-9 scoreline. But those kills were more impactful in Nizzy's hands, which is why he is the MVP yet again with another 20-kill game. He's probably had one game where he's got less than 20 kills, and that was probably the last game. But even there, his team won 13-1 because Yes I Can was doing everything. And here, instantly, one game, 10-minute difference between the previous and this one, has completely overturned it for him. 7-14 on the breach. Clearly, he loves his Phoenix, and he will probably love to stick onto it. But Alter Ego, with this win, have made a statement, and they're looking to now beat Velocity and take them out of the competition too.
Now that's the best thing. Currently, fighting for that fourth position are three teams, right? Franchise Players, Alter Ego, and Velocity. Franchise Players, their matches are done. Their fate rests in the hands of, again, Alter Ego and Velocity. And now Alter Ego and Velocity, they shall be fighting amongst themselves, which very well may just be, I think, one of the most influential or impactful matches for the entirety of the standings we'll be seeing later on in just a couple of more minutes. I think that is the biggest thing. But right now, we can take more notes about, how Alter Ego have been playing, because just like what we anticipated once Fancy United had beaten Franchise Players 13-1, is that, I would have definitely thought that Alter Ego, oh god, these guys should be scared. However, turns out there was nothing to be worried about. A change in the map, Fancy United trying out so many different things, ultimately led to Alter Ego performing and having one of their best performances so far in the Challenger Series.
Yeah, and if you look at it closely as well, Fancy United, when they were on the attack, they did not get any sort of, defensive, tendencies that they were thinking were going to happen.
Yeah.
Instead, the retakes were brilliant from the side of Alter Ego. They kept it all in line, and that's exactly why you can see that the post plant, even though they got 10 plants down, which Alter Ego were banking upon the fact that, all right, you know what, we'll let them plant, we'll play on the retake, we don't have a problem. That's exactly why only 3 of them were successful in that first half, and that's the only 3 rounds that they were able to win. The only 3. And given that there is a really distinctive, quality between these two teams, that is having the same amount of first kills. The first duels were equally distributed amongst both teams, but we all saw who made the most out of their first kills.
We definitely saw, that first kill to round win conversion rate was present for the side of Alter Ego. They capitalized off it, and again, this rolls into our previous conversation about, those impact frags. And of course, both of the teams were quite like set in stone about their like kills and the amount of kills they got. However, it's the impact frags that also have to play a major factor in their economic performances. Now, this time, we are seeing a lot of differences in the economic performances, right, of both Fancy and Alter Ego. This wasn't a complete stomper victory. There was some sort of retaliation from Fancy United. However, for the most part, for the majority, Alter Ego always kept above that 20,000 or even at times that 25,000 team by, team spent graph, which allowed them to keep on getting the Vandals and Phantoms.
Yeah, indeed, and you can see the only time that Alter Ego kind of did drop the ball was only in for I think it was round number 6.
Yeah, the 2 rounds lost.
Yeah, even there they had a semi-bye where they were able to keep up with the pace of Alter Ego, but Alter Ego, Fancy United. Fancy United, on the other hand, did drop the ball a lot of times. I don't know what exactly happened, but this has been quite a roller coaster of a tournament, ladies and gentlemen. Fancy beaten by Revenant, but then Alter Ego also beat Fancy. Fancy beat Bleed. Bleed beat Revenant. It's a concoction.
And Estar beat Bleed.
Yeah, it's just a total concoction of weird but also entertaining matches. And we'll be back with one last one of those, as we've got Alter Ego fighting for their chance to get into that top 4 against Velocity Gaming, because whoever wins this game is going to have the best chance to move on forward. Can Velocity take this away and go to the 4th position, or will Alter Ego go all the way? We'll find out after this break.
back everyone to LG presents the Esports Club Challenger Series, an official off-season event of the Valorant Champions Tour. This event is powered by Amazon.in. We've got our GPU partner Zotac, gaming partner Intel, we've got memory and storage partner Crucial, laptops being provided by Asus, and as always, broadcast partner is Loco, who are broadcasting our Hindi stream. Right here on the English Analyst Desk, I am CCV alongside Universe. We are bringing to you the 5th day of the group stages, where we have the 8 best teams from South Asia and Southeast Asia up against each other. Final matchup of the day, Universe. It is I'd say after all the matches today, this is the most important one, most influential one. We have Velocity up against Alter Ego.
And this is a game that's going to be really, really important in terms of standings, in terms of who's going to be qualifying for that top 4, because what we are going to be seeing right now is the side of Alter Ego fighting for their lives, Velocity fighting for their lives. One team right now is currently on 2-2, and the other is on 3-3 in terms of standings of wins and losses. And Velocity, forgive me, they're on 2-3. They've got 2 more games to go.
Yeah.
They have this game against Alter Ego and their last game against Revenant Esports. So they need to win both these games in order to come through and make it 4-3, so they can go above the side of franchise. But if Alter Ego win this, then they're gonna have a much better chance of going through.
Yeah, yet again, for the rivalry between Alter Ego and Velocity right now, fighting for that 4th and final qualification spot into the playoffs. First of all, let me tell all the viewers why everyone is fighting. Because again, as long as you're in the playoffs, you have a chance of fighting for a chunk of that $30,000 prize pool that we have on offer here in the Challenger Series. You'll be confirming a huge chunk for yourself as well. I believe if you're already into 3rd and 4th, you will be going home with $5,000 if I'm not wrong. So again,
3,000.
My apologies.
3,000
You'll still be going home with $3,000. That's if you make it into the playoffs, which is why Alter Ego and Velocity are fighting for it. And then of course you have franchise players all done with their matches, hoping to God to anyone out there who will be listening that things go in their way. But they'll only go their way if certain teams have certain results. Meanwhile, Alter Ego, these guys in front of us, they've been having a very, very, very good day so far. I mean, their match against Fancy United, they were to a certain extent the underdogs going into it. However, with their performance, they are looking like the champions.
Yeah, well, Alter Ego do have a pretty good chance to go up and become another team with that 5-2 scoreline. Right?
Yeah.
And they could push the side of Revenant down if need be. But they've got 2 more games to play after this one, which is going to be tomorrow. Their last 2 games are going to be tomorrow. And I really think that this is going to be really interesting because the side of Velocity, this is a do-or-die game for them. But Alter Ego, even if they lose this, they will still have a chance. They will have 1 more chance to qualify, which again depends on their next upcoming matches. And then it comes down to the round differentials, if at all there is a win and loss tie between these teams.
Yeah, again, there are so many contingencies to think about. Their next matchup, this matchup, the round win ratios, the comparisons. So much will be happening, which is why for these players, it's best to, not be boggled down by so many problems and so many other variations like us analysts, like us viewers do, and just think about the game. And I think we saw the lineup of, Alter Ego and this lineup of VLT as well with the newest edition. They will be thinking the same thing. Guys, forget about everything else that has been happening. Let's just get into the server, let's just play Valorant and win. They would not like to, have any other thoughts, concluding in their mind or just overarching their prior thoughts. All they have got to do is be in the server and take the win against their opposition. It's as simple as that for them. And they can leave the job of, calculating every other possibility for other people who are not going to be in the playing 5. Which is why for Velocity Gaming right now, and to a certain extent even for Alter Ego, it has got to be very, very important to forget about everything else that's going on, to try and forget the context and the stakes at which they are playing, and to just load up into the server. Because at the end of the day, some of the great advice we've received from very experienced players, when asked like, how do you deal with the pressure of playing in such important games, it's that I don't think of them as important games. We just go in, have some fun, and play some good Valorant. That's pretty much it. And I think that's the theory, or that's the mentality both of these teams should be applying.
Yeah, well, I think that we are going to be seeing somewhat of a similar situation from Alter Ego. Get into the game, have fun. Whereas the side of Velocity, this is do or die, so they're going to be a little bit serious. It's not going to be just as simple as getting into the game and getting that victory. To get that victory, there's a lot of work that has to go down, and that's going to come through if Deathmaker and Kush both work it off against each other. Deathmaker, who has been pretty much the long-standing player for his team on that, top 5 leaderboard as well. He's coming and going out of it constantly, but he does have that impact. Both of them pretty similar stats as well. 1.7 KDA across the entire tournament, and damage that is well above 150 for both of them. They're keeping it, right exactly where their team needs it to be. Kush, though, is the initiator of the team, who's still doing a lot of good work for his team. And Deathmaker, who is the chamber, does the knife edge, operator stuff. He is also keeping it real close to the chest.
The thing is, though, maybe Velocity, irrespective of the map, what if Velocity make a decision to put Deathmaker yet again on that dive, on that jet, and put Deadly back on the initiator? Because the thing is, Deadly does have a lot of experience being that KO. At times, I believe he has picked up the solo, but primarily I remember Deadly, being in his earlier rosters as that KO. The pop flashes came in, he always struck with them. Kind of like what franchise players were trying today. Of course, the franchise players, things really didn't go their way. Maybe Velocity learned from that. Maybe Velocity, try and rectify any of the mistakes FPS were doing and incorporate some of that into their own portfolio. Because at the end of the day, there are always two sides to the coin. The first side is for both Alter Ego and Velocity, very important matchup. You cannot mess this up. You cannot take unnecessary risk, because then you risk completely losing out and risk losing out that qualification spot into the playoffs. But the other side is, what if we take a risk, it works, our opponents do not expect it, we catch them off guard, and we get an easy win. There's so many factors to consider that the decisions these teams will be making are going to be ever so important, and also where these teams will be making the decision, which is why the map veto makes it ever so important, and the map is going to...
Yeah, I definitely did not expect this. Oh my god, what a surprise. I am absolutely flabbergasted. I did not see Ascent coming through at all. Given that Alter Ego did go ahead and ban pretty much everything that Velocity would have loved to play, that is Pearl, Breeze, and Bind. Velocity banning Haven is kind of a surprise for me, because Haven is a map that they love playing.
It's a strength of theirs, but then again, we just saw what Alter Ego can do on Haven against Fancy United, so makes sense.
And given that Velocity are the ones who have chosen this map of Ascent, makes it a little bit more interesting for me, because they had a pretty decent standing on Fracture as well. Fracture has been one of Velocity's better played maps since they have been, practicing it with Deathmaker, who usually does play the
Chamber.
No, he plays the Raze on Fracture. But with Deadly, I think they're yet to perform, the practicing that is required to make that lineup complete, because it depends on what lineup they want to say. How are they going to be playing Chamber on the map of Fracture? Are they going to be trying something else? All of that is for speculation, left for another day. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to ground zero. We're going to be playing on Ascent, and it is going to be a tough climb for both of these teams, one more so the other. One of them has a safety net at the moment to fall back upon, which is Alter Ego. One of them needs to win this as a desperate measure. Velocity, they win this, they're still in the running. They can qualify, they can throw down the side of franchise players from their spot number 4 to put them number 5. But if they lose this game, Velocity Gaming might as well call it good night.
That's a problem for Velocity. Yeah, they find themselves between a rock and a hard place. Their backs are against the wall. They need to jump forward. Otherwise, this loss will be the straw that will break the camel's back. So, keeping that in mind, for the side of VLT, stakes are as high as they can be. Yes, they haven't had the best of starts, but hopefully they can energize and channel some of the better results they had yesterday and use those to focus themselves against yet another opponent who are looking merciless, much like what Alter Ego did against the likes of Fancy United, believe it or not. After that game on Haven, I gotta say Alter Ego looking very strong. But also that's what we said for Fancy United once they had defeated franchise players 13-1 and we saw that upset win. So again, today being the day of unusualities, you never know what's going to happen. But one thing is for sure. During all these match results, the results may be unusual. However, the people taking through the games are always going to be the same, are always going to be the best. So once more, let's throw it on over to the casters, Aggressive and Babagusta.
I was expecting an insult to come in from CCV, but thankfully he didn't do it. I thought he was going to say, I'm the unusual person with Baba on my side, but that doesn't seem to be the case. But what will be unusual is how the members of AE were able to take that last map away. Was it surprising? Yes, it was, because again, the members of Ultra Ego, they just came out of absolutely nowhere, taking a win against Fancy United. That is something to behold. That's for certain. But now, it's Alter Ego's turn to get themselves on the map and get themselves on the board one last time. If they do win here, they take it all away. They have a chance to qualify. They're going to be sent back down.
Yeah, this match will heavily determine the standings for this series. And I've got to say, for Velocity Gaming, they're currently in the danger zone because if they cannot win this matchup, this important matchup up against Team Ultrago, the chances of getting qualified into this series will be drastically reduced. So, whatever you do on map Ascent, you just got to make sure that not a single mistake should be made on map Ultrago. Are you all right over there, Aggressive?
Yeah. Let's just say, yeah, I'm just fine. No, it's all right.
It's all right. It's all right. Yeah. Talk about Alter Ego's performance, especially up against Team Fancy United. The way how they played together as a team on map Haven, securing more rounds on defense, although it was 9-3 in the first half, they did ended up securing a maximum performance. So if you can just relay it back once again, knowing that they have to go up against Team Velocity Gaming, you could say the morale boost, the confidence, everything is in their hands right now. And for Velocity, this is it. This would be the match to determine whether if they can have a chance to be on the 4th place. This is it. For both these teams here, Aggressive, for both Alter Ego and Team Velocity Gaming. This is it. This match will determine who will have the spot, the 4th spot.
We don't know. Then the agent selection is going to give us an idea of how this entire one is going to pan out for them. Looking at the strategies, looking at the setups, looking at how this entire game will go for both of these teams, I'm really hoping to see the members of Velocity just bring down the pain because they deserved it after the performance that they put up against Xerxia. You know that as well, don't you?
Yep.
Their performances were stellar. They were able to just completely throw everyone out of the water considering how they played. And honestly, this entire tournament is just seemingly a roller coaster of emotions going up and down all over the place, with Estar also getting a possibility of qualifying as well if they win out on their matches moving on down the line, considering they beat out Bleed. There's so many different variables that you need to add up here, and this is one of the variables that we can't really find an answer to.
Yeah, especially for Velocity Gaming. Yesterday, they had a fantastic match, especially like you said, when they went up against Xerxia Esports and also when they went up against Estar Esports. They had won 2 matchups back-to-back on a score count of 13-3 and 13-14. And now with the agent select coming to an end, we get to see the compositions being made from both the sides. Interesting to see that there might be some changes. We will get to see Deadly bring in the Jet and right to Ace with the KJ. Those lockdowns would be so important, and for Agent King, in order for that to deny it, he needs to make sure that a single use of fragment should be available to deny it as best as possible, and will be very powerful in the second half itself. But for now, Velocity Gaming, they're the ones on attack. So let's see which team would it favor to in this initial round.
I do believe that the way Alter Ego have set themselves up, at least, their confidence is pretty high. Taking down Fancy United is not an easy feat, so they're warmed up, they're ready, but at the same time, we're heading on towards map 7. Are we happy? Not really. Again, Alter Ego, they should be pretty set when it comes down to the way that they want to play this. But Deathmaker going on to KO. Now that is something that is out of the ordinary.
Currently, we're just having a technical pause. I believe it's been made from the side of either AE or from VLDB. Don't have any ideas as of it just now. But the stakes are higher for both these teams. Ultragear, on the other hand, if they lose this matchup against Velocity Gaming, they still have 2 more matchups to go, right? They still have 2 more matchups which will happen in tomorrow, where they either have to go up against Xerxia Esports, and then they have to go up against Estar Esports, in which both of the matchups will happen on the 10th of October. Now, for Ultragear, the chances for them to succeed will be a bit difficult, especially the way how we did get to see Estar Esports succeed in defeating Bleed. So it's best to win the matchup in the beginning. It's best to win the matchup rather than lose and hope that they'll be able to win future matchups. So for Ultragear, having a guaranteed win is exactly what they're aiming for, and the same thing can also be said for Team Velocity Gaming. They had a very shaky start in the first few matches in the series. They had a lot of difficulties. They even had a lot of problems when they went up against franchise players. And now, once they finally got their mojo back in the yesterday's matchups, today might be the day to see whether Velocity Gaming have what it takes to secure the round and also secure their spot in towards the playoffs. So everything is on the line for these two teams.
It's either go big or go home. But for us, we're just here to go in for the ride. Looking at the composition that Velocity had going up against AE though, I'm kind of favoring Ultragear just because of the level of firepower and utility that they have in their arsenal. But on the other side of the spectrum, Velocity, they have pretty much the exact same thing, with the primary difference being that Killjoy versus Chamber. And I don't know, today it feels as though the Killjoy versus Chamber matchup is what's really being showcased quite a lot more often. That Killjoy is just getting sheer amounts of value that we can't really think of. But then again, from what franchise players put up to the table, that Killjoy wasn't really able to get a lot of value. But maybe in the hands of Right to Ace, things could be a bit more different. Netmaker though, laying the KO, that's extremely out of the ordinary. I think it's the first time that we have ever seen him play KO.
Yep. And now, with everything on the line for VLT, Noxy once again decides to head in for a gunfight all the way towards B Long, hoping to find some good information on 2. And he'll be able to detect exactly where Right to Ace is. But oh,
Nice
what a
shot.
headshot from Right to Ace. That's the opening pick, and that's the opening that VLT requires.
Yeah, they're going to be able to run their way in towards the side. That's going to be good for one, not really good for the secondary. Could have been better, but Right to Ace is always there to go on for the equalizations. And the members of Velocity, they got the first couple of kills due to the over-aggressive peaks coming in from the members of Ultragear. That is what costed them drastically. 2 versus 4 situation on the map. How do you want to run this down? How do you want to take control here? Because Velocity, they have the side, they have the utility. They have everything that they need to set up the crossfires and win this fight out.
Now with the pressure being seething on towards the B side, it's just 2 players, and yet VLT, they're just playing this passively. My god, this headshot from Huxley is so powerful, and Kush is going to miss a lot of shots. That's going to let Right to Ace get the front back. Huxley is still not of it just yet, but Right to Ace will still be there, getting a quad kill to start things off for Team Velocity Gaming. Round 1, a strong start and a strong finish to complete the pistol rounds. And for Ultragear, they realize that once they try to go in a bit aggressive, especially with Noxy, once he started to lose that gunfight with Right to Ace, and I just realized he has 4 kills in this first half, which means that the lockdown will be even much more faster for him to get it. All he requires is just 3 more kills, or maybe 2 orbs, which he could pick up all the way from A long or B long. He'll be able to get that, and he could just use the lockdown. He has good value out of it.
No respect whatsoever, just gets bombarded with utility. Deathmaker is going to be able to shut down Delb. And Deadly, he has a Vandal in his hand, so he needs to be extremely careful of how he utilizes it. Taking the Vandal on the entry is possibly a little bit worse, but maybe if he's confident, he can do so. Considering the amount of kills that he did get in the last particular round as well, he has enough money to go in for the full armor and the full buys together. That basically means the members of Velocity, they have so much firepower heading on down over to the forward round. If they do win this out decisively, and a decisive win is pretty much guaranteed. Deadly gets another kill. The holds are going to be perfect. And the flash catches down one of the players at the bare minimum, forces them off the angle. But the members of Velocity, they need to start showing respect, and that's exactly what they are up to. Rotating out, hitting on over onto mid, but Haxley, maybe, can run away with the kill here if he gets the timing down proper.
And with only having a pistol in hand, he really needs to be careful when it comes to peaks like this, especially when you see Deadly making those impressive shots with the Vandal. That's one more victim towards the Vandal shot from Deadly. And now he's just still fighting for two more. Amaterasu all the way from the mid side finds the pair, eliminates the main cause of the threat, and now it's Huxley. Only having the pistol in hand, he needs to figure out a way to remove a total of 5 players in the site itself. It's an impossible task. It still has the stars, but doesn't have the necessary utilities. But my god, those 2 classic shots are so devastating. Huxley might be able to still have a chance. Yeah, he's still 100 HP. He hasn't dealt a single... I mean, the opposition team didn't dealt a single damage as of yet. But Right to Ace will make sure that it doesn't happen. Round number 2, once again at the hands of Team Velocity Gaming. The power is still at their hands. But for Ultragear, they've got to bring this back around if they need to make sure that they'll bring back when it comes to the economy.
Honestly, Hexley's been having a pretty rough couple of patches when it came down to his previous round matches that he did play. But here, in this particular instance, when he knows his team is in a do-or-die situation, he's performing. Right to Ace on the other side. He's leading the charge with 5 kills, man. 5 kills on a Killjoy right off the bat. It's a massive hit because, again, you have a lockdown available. It's a free site for you to take on over. Because of it, they can just take it slow and steady, enter their way into its site. They get that first initial orb. That's all that they wanted, all that they got. But now it's Noxie's turn. Noxie hears all the footsteps. He's gonna hear all the noise. That's gonna be the first initial player. Flash it. A little bit too late on the instance. Noxie does get traded out, and it's gonna be Helep catching one player with his pants down as well. That's a 2 for 1, and the members of Velocity, they have full control.
2 for the price of 1. And for VLT, that's exactly what they needed. They wanted to gain info. They wanted to flush out Ultragear, and the upgrades that they're going to get from the Vandals, especially from Amaterasu, will be even much more dangerous from Ultragear's end. So they have to play to time accordingly. As you can see, the side of Team Ultragear playing this as safe as possible. They don't want to give out bodies just yet. Information will be given from the suppression knife, exactly knowing the whereabouts of Right to Ace. But the only decision factor is, where will VLT make a push? Does Ultragear know exactly where they're heading in? And especially when you have Del B facing all the way towards the B side, this A push will be even much more problematic once they make this push. And especially with the Horn giving away good information. Huxley, his location is revealed away. So does Agenting in the hands of LF. 2 important double kills. And with it, Del B, can he clutch this 1v4?
It's gonna be tough for him to do so, though. Del all the way towards the back of the other side. He's not risking a single thing here. And with the timing going on down, they should know that this is just an optimum save situation for him. If he does get the save, though, he has a rifle that he can carry forward for his team for the entirety of the second half, so that they can cycle through this one particular Vandal at the bare minimum. But for Velocity, they need to hunt him down and shut him down as quickly as possible, because if they do so, not only are they hurting the overall economy, but they're guaranteeing themselves that 4th round pretty much. If by a miracle that could happen, Ultragear, they take the next round for themselves.
VLT, a good strong start by securing all 3 rounds on attack. Finding out the exact aggressive attempts from the side of Ultragear, removing players one by one by playing it safe, and then head in with the execute. A job well done from Team Velocity, as they're feeling the power, and from Ultragear, they're slowly losing their grasp on the side. They're back with the broken buys, Vandals from Del B, Stingers from Aiden King, and Sheriff from both the side of Huxley and Kush. And they're gonna make in for a full-on execute all the way towards the A side. Wallbang from Deadly! What was that?
Yeah.
Alright.
Amaterasu,
Okay.
when it comes down to his Fade Eyes, the lineups are just so gorgeous to watch. He found the angle, he found the play, and he is able to serve Adrian!
Ooh, 6 HP.
Survives by the skin of his teeth. And now, another chance for Velocity, just entry. They have the timing, they have the idea of where the fights could be coming in from. That's gonna be the play, and Deadly's just so beautiful with it. Taps Noxie out of existence, and with that kill, they equalize things out. They're gonna be able to take the fights on their own turn.
There we go once again. Post plant broken by from AE.
Still
Difficult
didn't use
task
the
to
lockdown, by
succeed
the
in the
way.
situation. They still haven't used the lockdown. Yep. They still haven't used it, so they're saving it for a very special occasion. And Deadly, he does not miss his shots. 6 HP to Adrian King. He could get away with at least a kill or two, hopefully get a weapon upgrade and fall back. But how would you deal with the total of all 5 players at the hands of VLT, with only right to ace being dealt around with some minor damage? Whereas on the side of AE, quite a lot. VLT, they're showing their presence known on map Ascent, as they're not going to let on the side of Team Ultragear set foot at least a single win on defense, and Aiden King will get caught out from the blast. Round number 4, once again at the hands of Team Velocity Gaming.
This works. Velocity again. Have it all under the wraps. Looking at the buys, finally we do see an operator in the hands of Del. Now this operator could just be the make it or break it for them, I do believe. If this op gains a lot of value, then the entirety of AE can just play around with it. The timeout has been taken as well from their side, and okay, it's going to be Noxy picks up the operator instead. They do have the Astral Divide to play around with for the defensive side if they want to stop an over-aggressive rush coming in from Velocity. But it's not going to be that easy, considering the fact that, of course, Strike to Ace is on the other side of it, who has a lockdown available. This one lockdown can get them aside, and considering how good the post-ban situation is, I don't think you're going to get away with it. Not anytime soon, because if you let them get the post-ban situation, then you're royally screwed because your retakes are not that quick.
The retake should be the biggest concern from Ultragear's end. And especially when they start losing a lot of bodies in the early rounds itself, they've got to make sure to play it as safe as possible. Sure, when it comes to the eco rounds, yes, there is an option for Ultragear to go in for an aggressive approach. But once you have the necessary utilities, once you have the necessary weaponry to succeed in post-plant situation, then it's best for them to be as passive as possible. Don't go in for aggressive peaks. Don't try to, go in for a huge peak in a way that you might get yourself picked out without having any information. So VLT, they know exactly what they're trying to do. They're playing accordingly for information. And this mid-stack from Ultragear might be a huge change factor. And if Velocity reads this, I think they will. Right to ace. He's going to stick alive. The grenades will be used and somehow he gets away the kill. Oh, headshot. There goes LB. 16 HP still remains and the fragment will confirm its kill. Now they know exactly what AE is doing at the moment, and Coach will give it the kill. So does Deadly. Second, finds the third. No, dashes to safety. In a 1v2 situation with Adrian King, there has to be a chance for Ultragear to succeed winning this 1v2 clutch. It is heavily necessary for Ultragear to win this. And Adrian King with this huge flank, he might be able to remove Deadly out of the equation. But does he though? Yes, he does. 1v1. The push from Deathmaker. He needs to get his kill, in which he does. 5-0 as Deathmaker succeeds by removing Adrian King. And you could feel the power of Velocity in this round. 5-0 as they are dominating this map Ascent.
I don't know what's up with Deadly though. This guy's just so good. He just got completely caught off guard, or he would have just flicked Adrian King out of existence. Velocity 5-0, they're leading the charge, going up against the team that just beat Fancy United. Granted, it's on the map of Ascent. For some reason, this map is just extremely still hoping for the fights and still finding the frags regardless. It's gonna be Velocity who comes on the top end of this when it comes down to the trades. They have the site to play around with if they want to go in for the entry, but they have a feeling that this could be a full-on stack over to the B side. That's why they're not committing to the push just yet.
Suppressed. And with that enough amount of distractions that have been laid all the way towards B long, they haven't even gone out of it just yet. And that Maker wants to contest this. Is this a viable option? From the shadows comes in to give vital information towards market side, and this could be the make or break situation for Ultragear. Here comes Deathmaker, swing and a flick, triple kill. Deathmaker's the name, and a victory for Velocity. 6-0. My goodness, what a play are we witnessing here from the side of Team Velocity Gaming. The trade games are on point, and Deathmaker will make sure to get the victory as best as possible.
You gotta feel the velocity when it comes down to them, that's for certain, because they are accelerating their way towards victory. They're picking up speed as they do so as well. Each and every take that they're going in for is just getting faster and faster by the second. But now, they may need to slow things down because it's A's turn to try and stabilize themselves and also go in for a completely different strategy. Noxy, again, maybe a bit too much aggression from your side here, buddy. You're not been having a good day when it comes down to the engagements, but it doesn't matter because Noxy gets a double kill out of it. That's the kill that he wanted, and that's the kill that he needed. Able to survive, they're gonna be able to trade out as well. It's a 3 versus 3 situation because of an over-aggressive peak coming in from the side of Ultragear. Why? You don't need to take this fight. You just got 2 kills. You just walk away from it. You don't over-aggress for the fight again.
And here comes the counters for the lockdown, but you forgot about the Omen, who's just so good at it. He moves Kush exactly knowing his location, mainly because of his usage of the Hunter's Fury. That's what happens when you leave mid unattended. The whole side towards B is in their hands. Once they remove Huxley out of the equation, and right to Ace does that. Control is theirs. All they've got to do is succeed post-plant with Del B, the only player left for the side of Team Ultragear who needs to make this clutch. He has some certain utility. He has the updraft. He has the smoke, but he doesn't have any information. And maybe he might not be able to get killed too. Helef! Such good grace. The power of the lurk all the way towards mid, removing Sova off, and also final player 2. And my goodness, do you see the scoreboard right now? Aggressive 7-0.
All our Ascent games, just imagine if all of our Ascent games were like this. We played 20 games of Ascent. All of them were 13-4, 13-2.
21 if you include this.
Yeah.
21. I'm telling you, I'm gonna make a prediction. At the end of the series, we'll have a total of 30 matches on Ascent. That's my prediction.
It's gonna happen. We have a best of 5 after this, so Ascent has to be played. I'm pretty sure that Grace and Trevor are not going to be looking forward to that one, but for the side of Velocity, they're not going to be looking forward to the aggressive peaks coming in through mid. God damn, Coach is going to be expecting the play, and they're going to be the ones who possibly live through it. Oh my god, about Arasu, what a shot! The crosser placement was good, but the reaction time as well. God damn. AE. What just happened there, buddy? I understand the mid aggression could be coming on down through, but you got the kill. You don't have to re-aggress, and again, it's always the aggression coming in from the members of AE that's getting them killed. You just gotta take a breather. You just have to chill.
Suppression. It's not going to give the information of Nox's whereabouts as of now, but he is so low on HP. And the quick rotate that has been made from the side of VLT is going to put more assurance from the side of Ultragear. As we do get to see the Sova all the way towards mid. But for Deathmaker, he needs to be very careful though, because once he set foot towards the mid side while Sova is watching, it's going to be even much more difficult. Huxley, set the stars. Make sure to align in a way that it would favor for the side of Team Ultragear, but you forgot about the information, and that's where it comes into play. That's the 1 second beautiful headshot from Del B. A good refrag that has been made, but time is running out for VLT. They've got to commit to this post plant, and this is it comes into play. If he can just reach towards the garden side at the right, there you go. It's 1 Del B. He might be able to get the refrag, but he doesn't get it because it comes right to Ace. The recovery is so smooth. He has the right to clutch. Oh man.
The reason why we gave him that name, this is exactly why. Looking at the timing though and everything, look at Delve. Delve nearly pulled off a miracle here. If right to Ace really just did not find that shot. Again, remember something. Delve was at 30 HP for the entire duration of that fight. And he still got 3 kills out of it. If he had more health, there was a good chance that right to Ace was just dead for rights. No pun intended, but still. Velocity. They're the ones who are laughing now. AE, they need to put on their serious face. Because the way that they're playing, it's not going to be the proper... Oh my god! Stick to the core! The man gets a 4K to boot! God damn, this guy is on fire! And he's burning up the map of Ascent and taking down each and every player of Velocity with him to the grave. 35 HP, and he's on for an ace, baby. Won't really get it because Noxy's on the engagement already. Should be able to get the flag. Clean it up, send them back home. The members of IND get themselves on the board. And it's going to be purely off of the back of Delb, and it's disgusting 4K.
Man, look at that. Jesus. 4 back-to-back kills to Del B. My goodness. Oh, jeez. And they finally found a win on defense. That turned the hands of Del B. My goodness, that shot was absolutely speechless. And now Noxy is here to lead the charge. All it requires is just a single shot, but he'll be so confused with the Prowlers. And Deathmaker, he'll get away with the win. One more of that too from the side of Matrasu. The mid control is so powerful in the hands of VLT. And now all Delby needs to do is to do the exact same thing that he did in the previous round. Can he get it? Yes, he does. He's spinning the headshots, but it's not for long, as an immediate trade would come back in the hands of LF. And Akush needs to figure out a way to get control on towards mid. Not gonna happen, as LF gets the best of it. Huxley. How many situations have we seen Ultragear be in a 1v4 situations? We've seen them countless amount of times. And now this might also be the same outcome. Velocity Gaming 9-1 in the first half. Dominating performance from both Deathmaker and Deadly. The two deadly duos from the side of Velocity Gaming. The power that we see in the first half. 9-1. My goodness, Ultragear, they have no answers for this.
Absolutely zero. The way that the members of Velocity are playing this as well, it's just perfect to the core. They're playing their composition beautifully. They're holding down the lurks, they're stopping out the aggression, they're showing presence on towards mid, they're making sure the defenders can't get a lot of space away from them. It's just perfect on all regards. But clearing the corners is quite important as well. Deadly. Where's the discipline there, buddy? Caution to the wind and Velocity. They just lost one of their players because they got a little bit too overeager.
VLT, they are on a mission right now. They got to make sure they would win it. And Noxy, oh no! Bad way to try to run away at the wrong position. Not having any information whatsoever. Kush needs to do things more considerate. He needs to make sure that he could equalize it in a way that it would favor for Ultragear, but it's not going to happen. Here comes Amatrasu, denying it once again. Pop flash from Aiden Kane, hoping to find a kill or two, but he doesn't have any proper info. And Deathmaker, he doesn't have any slight information at that too. Huxley, full shot with the battle. He needs to find two more. What is going to happen? Actually, it is 1v1. It's the battle of KO. Adrian King, he needs to get the shot off from Deathmaker. He'll win it with the Phantom. Triple kill. VLT 10-1. Boy, this is getting even more spicier than ever. Clutches after clutches. And it's Deathmaker who gets away with this crucial wins. Man. This is something else aggressive. This whole day is something else. Upsets after upsets after upsets. And now fourth match, 4 times the upsets.
I don't know, man. It's just really taking a toll on us as well now, isn't it?
Yep.
All the analysis that you could ever do in the entirety of this world will just get thrown out of the window. And I really want to check out CCV's Twitter to see if he posted anything when it came down to these matches here today. Because, again, to imagine, first of all, Bleed took a loss against Estar.
Yep.
Then Fancy United won on a 13-2 scoreline on the map of Ascent against franchise players. Alter Ego beat out Fancy United in Haven. And now Velocity, they're dominating AE on Ascent on a 1-10 scoreline. Possibly a 1-11. This does not make any sense.
What day is this today? Today is Sunday. Jeez. What is happening today, man? I have no idea what is happening. And for VLT, my goodness, they are looking as confident as ever. 10-1. in the first half. This is the final round in the first half to make sure that they at least get a kill or two. Noxy will be detected immediately and deadly. He tries to get a kill or two, but we will get to see Noxy run away to safety. He's got to make sure that he doesn't want to get picked out like that on certain moments. Got to be careful from VLT's end too. They know exactly what's happening. And the push from B side will determine whether if Ultragear has things under control or would it be at the hands of Team Velocity.
Way that it all panned out doesn't bode that well for them. The way that Velocity are going to be playing this, it's going to be even more detrimental. Deadly just flew in through mid. He nearly got a headshot kill on towards the side of Delb as well. That could have been everything, but no. The defenders, they just have no way of getting themselves out of these situations. Velocity, they're constantly double peeking, and even when one of the player peeks, there's always someone else to come in for the trades regardless. And I love this about this team. Velocity, they're playing together as a squad, and this is how they should have been playing throughout the entire tournament.
Oh, no.
They're just able to catch them off guard consistently over and over again. The lurks are just so problematic. They have no idea how this map is playing out. Hey, they're just walking down into the firing lines, and Adrian King misses out on a very crucial shot as well. They're just dropping like flies in him. Asu gets a double. He's looking for the triple. Just give it to him. Nope, push. He denies Deadly the kill. Possibly. One more frag. Take things down. Put them all in line.
Man, we've seen Clutch make amazing performance when they went up against Fancy United, but this time up against VLT. Time is of the essence. He's been cornered, and Deathmaker will make sure to get that win once again. 11-1. My goodness. We are feeling it right now, folks. We are feeling the power of Velocity. And now, with the end of the first half, it's 11-1. VLT requires 2 round wins on defense. Let's take a look at the stats as well and see the powerful performance we get to see from both these teams, especially on the side of Ultragear and also on the side of Team Velocity. 10 kills to Del B, and that 4K from the Jet was just so deadly. And of course, from the side of Deadly, we have the Jet as well. 11 kills and 1.9 KDA. My god, what a match we're witnessing right now, Aggressive.
I'm just in shock. Again, Deadly's just been the consistent player for the member of Velocity. His addition is seemingly the best thing that this entire team could have hoped for. Deadly's not, top fragging and getting like 20 kills, but can you deny the level of impact that he's having throughout this entire game? He's making space. He's getting the room. While on the other side, Delb is just getting shut down in more ways than one. He can't really get anything done here. While on the other side of the spectrum, there's Deathmaker on a KO. He has 12 kills, 5 deaths, and he's still fragging out of his mind. On an initiator, where he's setting up his team, and also getting value on top of his own utility.
Value, clutches from Deathmaker. Also, a ridiculous lead in the first half. 11-1. They secure this pistol round, then it's dead. Velocity Gaming. Up against the side of Team Ultragear. My goodness, what are we witnessing right now? 5 deaths, 12 kills, 3.4 KDA. My god. At the starting first half of the matchups, you saw Velocity Gaming having a lot of struggles, and now we see them come back. And come back in a greater way it is at the hands of Team Velocity. Now, they're not out of the game just yet, right? For Ultragear, they can still bring this back. Second half, they have to win all 10 rounds on attack, right? Right, Aggressive? I mean, it's
possible, but at the same time,
it is possible, but it's an impossible task. Come on, it's 11-1. They only require 2 round wins on defense.
Their mental is short as well here. AE, they're in a spot, but at the same time, when I was going through Twitter for a second, I did see a post coming in from Universe where he did predict that Velocity are going to be the ones to win. Seems as though Universe is just a better analyst. We'll talk about that after when we go on down over to the desk. Could be sooner rather than later, because the members of Ultragear, unless they're able to dig in deep and find a strat that they can, get back on, just won't bode well for them. A lot of sheriffs in the hand of AE as they're working their way in. Body shots galore possibly to get these kills and get these wins. Maker maybe a little bit dangerous here. That's fine, 1 kill. Delv's gonna be able to immediately answer back. And this double-sided hold over towards the back end of the site could just be everything that they need. They're slowing down the push for as long as they possibly can. They're gonna get caught out though on from the sidelines. This is pretty bad. One of the players already found, and Kush just gets a free double kill for his trouble. They have the sight, they have the control. That's a good angle. I need to learn about that down the line.
This time, Huxley is just going on the rails with the sheriff. A wall bang to confirm his suspicions for a kill, but he's still got to worry about LF. That's the first kill. The second, no, lateral! No, he needs to read it at the wrong time, and Kush gets away with the kill by the skin of its teeth. He was forced for a reload. Helef was forced for a reload.
I don't think he was reloading. I think he accidentally scrolled up.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah,
he scrolled up. He didn't need to reload. Look at this. He had more than enough bullets.
My god.
Yeah, he accidentally unequipped his gun.
Ultragear. My god. They're not wasting any weaponries at all. I mean, look at it. Vandals and Phantoms. Light armor. Oh, the second could have been made, but Kush will immediately go back for a refrag. And Matrasu is just going to be even much more difficult, especially with a heavy weaponry that's present from the side of Team Ultragear, and it will be very difficult for Team Velocity Gaming to be testing in a certain angles like this. 13 HP remaining. Kills will be made from the side of right to Ace, and a quick win will happen at the side of Team Ultragear. They know exactly what they're doing. They knew that if they make a single round loss in the second half, then it will be dangerous at the hands of Team Ultragear. So good decision for them to bring in the Vandals and the Phantoms to make sure that they would have even much more pressure in the bonus rounds as well.
3-11 on the scorecard, ladies and gentlemen, with the first Byron coming in for Velocity for this half. Pause has been taken to just get a couple of the problems sorted out, but also for Velocity to get a bit more time to think about what kind of strategies. I'm looking to see Velocity just be a bit more proactive in the approach that they're going in for here. The composition that they have just is so versatile that they can go for aggressive takes, slow things down, opt for retakes. There's a lot of different opportunities that this composition allows them to play around with. But is it enough? We're going to find that out soon enough, because again, the members of AE, they have the taste of victory in their mouths right now. The real question is, are they going to be able to ride that wave over towards victory and get 10 rounds, in this case 7 rounds, to try and get this over to a 10 and 11, where they should be the ones to take control of the map. Not a single mistake can be made. In Velocity, they only need 2 rounds to take this one home.
There you go. The deciding factor, round number 15, Deadly. Immediately forced from that position. He needs to run away to safety with the help of the flash.
Beautiful.
3 beautiful kills from VCT. The crossfire angles played to perfection. And now Agent King and Huxley are just caught in a very bad place. The combo of the flash just worked perfectly for VLT. Problems arising at the hands of Team Ultragear. As we see Agent King and Huxley, both of them trying their efforts best to hold that ground, but it's still not enough. Amaterasu is still holding it. He also has the information on Spike's whereabouts. And for Agent King, he only has 3 HP, and he will be taken out. Match point for Team Velocity Gaming. Round number 15. My goodness, Ultragear. They did not expect to see this coming.
Nope. No one did. Again, that push on the mid, I thought that Deadly was dead. But goddamn, Death Maker just came out of nowhere like a guardian angel, putting that flash up, making sure that Deadly gets a kill. There is no situation in hell that Deadly is going to be able to survive that unless that flash came out at the most perfect timing from Death Maker. We got that flash, Deadly got a kill, and they just mowed them down over onto mid. Absolutely nothing that you can do to try and survive that, and now their buys are looking scarce. They're not in a position where they can survive, and it's all going to be up to Monterosso to get a couple of kills for his own troubles. That's going to be the first, that's going to be the secondary. Right away, just walks away with murder. Axis is going to be coming up from the back. Here comes the opportunity to take a fight, but no, Pellets is going to be down. Velocity, they're going to be the ones to take it. And their run here in the TEC Challenger Series is still very much alive. They take 3 wins, and their score is a 3-3.
By the power of acceleration
And friendship.
ladies and gentlemen, and friendship, Team Velocity will reach its final destination. What a matchup between Team Ultragear and Velocity Gaming, and what a performance from right to ace. Deathmaker, Deadly, they were on point. The crossfire angles, the utility was just so good. And what a way to end things off on the fourth match itself. This whole day has been something else aggressive. It's been something else.
It really has. Roller coaster emotions, predictions getting thrown out of the window, some of us losing our jobs, but at the same time, universe, I'm gonna bow my head down to you. How does it feel to be the better analyst compared to CCP? I want to hear it from you.
Well, I will take that compliment. I don't know why he's bobbing his head around, but I know that I am taking that compliment.
It's an alliance being formed. I see what it is. Okay.
Well, alliances will be formed across the day between us, but today it was Velocity Gaming who had their alliance at the very top, keeping it strong, keeping it pretty decently, well-rounded across the entire table. After Deadly 10's arrival to this team, it was a really, concerning situation as to how Deathmaker would fit into this role, and on certain maps where, Deathmaker would have to give up the jet role for a Deadly. But clearly, him picking up the KO, not really a bad idea.
Absolutely not. And Velocity this time as well, right? They knew what they were doing really well. They had a plan in their mind, but this time the best thing was they were able to execute it successfully in the server, and the results showed for themselves. There have been times where Velocity tried different things, but there have also been times where Velocity get absolutely beaten up for it, and they just do not get a good showing in the server. However, for the past couple of days, VLT, after being down 0-3, have now had 3 consecutive wins, and like both Babagusta and Aggressive were talking about, they very well are in this fight for 4th spot. Velocity are still in it to take that qualification into the playoffs, and so much of it, I mean all of it, has got to go down to their player and their performances.
Yeah, it was not just one person who popped off.
Yeah,
today.
all their players.
Every single person on the side of Velocity had a great game today, all the way from Deadly being the duelist, to Amaterasu being the Fade, and to Deathmaker being the KO. Everybody had kills, everybody had assists, everybody played a well-rounded performance. This is the Velocity that we know that we should have seen from the beginning. Clearly did not go that way in the first 3 games, but the last 3 have been absolutely amazing. One more game to go, ladies and gentlemen. One last game for the side of Velocity against Revenant. And if that game goes their way, then it is going to be Velocity, I believe, in that 4th spot, which I think they should have taken it right now away from Franchise. I think Franchise players are done for the time being. 3-4 they are, but Velocity currently 3-3. So they still have one more game to go. They can make it 4-3, whereas Alter Ego currently now are in a tough spot. They are 2-3. They've got 2 more games to go, and they too can make it still there. They can make it 4-3 themselves. But again, it's all depending upon the situation of the other teams.
So for Alter Ego, the thing is, either they hope for Velocity to, lose their final match and win both of them, or even if VLT win both of them, Alter Ego, even if Velocity win their final game, Alter Ego win both of them, then we'll be seeing it go down to the differentials, and of course our back-end administrators will make sure everything is smooth, and once everything is calculated, then we'll see which team will be better, which team will be qualifying. Thing is, there are just so many things up for debate, but one thing is for certain. Velocity, beautiful game from their side. They got what they wanted. They showed no mercy to Alter Ego. And the best thing is, with such an extreme round differential favoring VLT, 10 extra rounds to their name, again 13-3, means that Velocity will have now even more additional rounds in their favor if it does go to the calculation of round differentials. When we talk about the variation of Alter Ego winning both their games and VLT not winning theirs. So yeah, yet again, so much to discuss, but all in all, the thing is, it's a favorite thing of ours. It's that on the final day, tomorrow, every single match is going to be extremely important. I believe, okay, a couple of Xerxia and Estar games may not be the most important. However, the teams, they can still make the best out of those games. You know, try something new or just give the best showing to any of the newer fans who will be watching you. However, for these guys right now who are just in the server, oh boy, things are looking very, very hopeful, especially if they keep on playing like this.
Yeah, Velocity keeping their attack as good as it possibly could be. 8 out of 8 post plants they got. Alter Ego had 2 post-plant situations where they did, recover, but it just wasn't enough. You just can't put in that much, effort against a team that has been, absolutely rolling you throughout, given in the first kills as well. Deadly, how many times this guy just finds the kills out of nowhere. Amaterasu at times finds the first kill. Right to Ace. Everybody was on the, better end of the, scoreboard today, and they were able to get themselves the one victory that they desperately were looking for in another step towards qualification. It's still not done yet for the side of Velocity Gaming. They really need to win the next game, and if they only win the next game, will they actually have a solid chance of qualifying, and then they will depend on the stars of Alter Ego lining up. Whether or not that happens, we'll find out tomorrow. On the final day, ladies and gentlemen, is when all of it will go down to the ground. And I'm really interested in knowing whether or not Alter Ego will make it through.
Oh, it is very, very interesting. But right here, Alter Ego were not looking like the best. Yet again, we see, the same graph from the side of AE, or the same graph one can say for a team who are not having the best of times, or just cannot make their presence known in the server at all. That streak of domination Velocity had, starting right there from the pistol round, moving on till that 8 rounds, that 8-0 scoreline, meant that Alter Ego were always struggling for that domination. Alter Ego were always being overshadowed by what Velocity were doing, and the ups and downs, the fluctuations, the mountains, whatever you may want to call them, just ultimately led to a rather disappointing performance. Economy wasn't working for Alter Ego. Velocity, we saw this so many times. They were pushing just with breakneck speeds as attackers, even as defenders. We saw those rounds. Velocity just wouldn't let go of that map control, and if they thought of a place in their mind that they wanted control, they went for it without having any fear in their mind, without ever having a doubt in their mind as well. If or not they'd get it, they were still going for those plays, and time again they were indeed successful.
Yeah, they most certainly were. And there were times where you could see that Velocity gained the confidence that they, wanted in the very initial stages itself. I think about the 3rd, 4th round, the minute they were 4-0 up, I think 5-0 up, I think they found the confidence that they required. That bonus round win on number 3, and then the consecutive buy round win on number 5 was just, cherry on top of the cake, because that gave them everything that they needed. Now, the final scoreline between these two teams has ended in a pretty dominating one, and Deadly will also take the cake for himself individually, as he is the MVP of the game. And not to forget that Del B himself did do quite a bit of damage, but it just, didn't go through all the way for his team, because the rest of them just couldn't keep up with the pace.
Yeah, it's kind of like a situation Velocity as well may have found themselves in a couple of their earlier games, where some of their players, they were really trying their best. However, the overall team performance just wasn't reflective enough of what was needed in such a matchup. And right now we can say the same thing for Delby and Alter Ego. Delby gave it his all. Yes, he is on par with some of the best performances in the entire matchup. We saw some moments highlighted from the side of Alter Ego and the rest of their members, but yet again, it just wasn't enough. Velocity was so much more consistent with their plays, and the threshold at which they were going for those plays, the amount of kills that they were getting as well, the collaterals, the headshots, the whatever you want to call them, even at times the spray transfers being taken place by every single member of Velocity, regardless of their agent archetype that they were playing, regardless if they were the support or that fragging power. It just meant that Velocity had a far easier time in the server in general.
Yeah, they most certainly did, and I think that they're going to take this pretty, happily. They're going to look for their qualification, and let's have a look at the top 5 players at the moment. Nobody from Velocity is there, but that doesn't give to the fact that they are not a team that's worth, having players that could be here. Deadly, Deathmaker could make it on here in the days to come if at all they do qualify, but right now, it's all about Nizzy, dude. Look at those average kills. 23 average, 24 almost every match. Even today, he was 20 against Fancy United, I believe. Forgive me, against
Alter
Ego. Yeah, he was 20 against Alter Ego, and he, even though his team did not, stay up to the mark, he still was pretty darn good.
And today, Nizzy wasn't even on the jet. That's the thing. Today, Nizzy was playing the chamber for both the games, and he still was having a relatively more average performance. Goes to show that if Nizzy and when Nizzy chooses to go on the jet, he'll be as explosive as ever. And you've got Paradox, Rossi, Fluky, all those guys. So yeah, still, plenty of people to be talked about. And this is the main thing that we want to highlight with the top 5, is that the players and their performances, regardless of how your team is performing, you always have to be very, very mindful of your own performance. And if you are a star player, you've got to stay in the standings. But as with these teams, the standings are now in. And so far, I believe that, Alter Ego and Velocity may not have been updated just yet. However, at the top of the leaderboards, we can still see Fancy United having that 5-2, Bleed also with the 5-2. So these guys, they will be making sure, and I think the final matches will be ensuring that exactly if this is going to be their overall standings or not, because both of these teams, they have completed their games.
Yeah, most certainly. It is yet to be updated. Velocity should be moving up and above both Alter Ego and franchise players and get that 4th spot. Having one game remaining, of course. Alter Ego, though, they will be trying their level best to make it back into this game. Xerxia have 2 games left. Estar have 2 games left. It is going to be tomorrow that we see all these teams face off again. Both these teams face off actually against Alter Ego, and we will find the last game to be Revenant against Velocity, which is going to be basing the qualification of Velocity Gaming in this tournament.
Yeah, there is a lot to be talked about for tomorrow. I mean, I gotta say, all the people watching, make sure you are subscribed to the Esports Club here on YouTube. If you want to see our Hindi broadcast as well, it is live on Loco. Make sure you're following the Esports Club there. And make sure you're following us on all our socials, right? Twitter, Instagram. Do not miss out on any updates, especially do not miss out on tomorrow's stream, because it is going to be a banger. That is prior to the playoffs starting. The playoffs themselves are going to be extremely heated. I mean, universe, I think for the first time here at the Esports Club, we'll be having semi-finals be best of 5s and the grand finals be best of 5 as well, meaning even more Valorant for all of you to watch, meaning even more entertainment for all of you to enjoy.
Exactly. So we're going to have a pretty long day tomorrow, if at all. It just comes down to 5 maps again. But with the 2 teams getting it all the way, if it does go through all that way. The best of 1s have been a little unpredictable. We all know how it works. Best of 3s are mostly the way that these teams, work around, and best of 5 eventually in the final. But if they're able to take that unpredictability and make it work, then they deserve to be in that best of 5 from the day after tomorrow. We will see you all tomorrow with the most hyped up and the most important matches of Alter Ego and Velocity Gaming's so far off-season journey. But until then, ladies and gentlemen, keep watching, and do go down in the description below. Check out Amazon, check out all of our sponsors. We've got some amazing products. Asus, we've got Intel with amazing processors, Crucial with the most amazing SSDs and storage products that you would require for your PCs and laptops, and of course Zotac with the GPUs that you require to run your games at the best possible settings. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we are done and dusted for the day. Me and TCV are going to see you tomorrow for the final games of the group stages. Good night, and we'll see you tomorrow at the Challenger Series.
I can't believe the night lay waste to all we'd given. But honestly, you've gotta know that this ain't living, but we could run. and let it burn, let it burn. You've gotta know that nothing lasts forever. I can't believe myself. I never thought that this would be our end, but it's nothing new. And my lover's honesty, I can push it back down if I have to. If you want me to, 'cause we can run. The stars that fall all for you. So tell me now, what's left to lose if we run?
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it out. Tonight, we gonna let it out. Tonight, we gonna let it out. Just like the sunrise, we gonna let it out. breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up tonight. We gonna light it
like I fought all my life for this. This one part, this 1/3 I've always missed. No, just don't let it go. I started the fight, but now I'm losing. So will I fall again? I'm scared of heights, yet it was me who ran away. Oh, I can't forgive, can't forget myself. The piece that I'm missing, it kills me inside. I need help, oh please give me back. This one part, this 1/3, I'm sorry I lost it. No, I let my weapons fall. I'm drowning in the fears, and now I know that I will fall again and let it go, but I can't stop to run. To run away. can't believe the night lay waste to all we'd given. But honestly, you've gotta know that this ain't living, but we could run.
Yes! यार गेम क्या सुपर स्मूथ चल रहा है. Asus गेमिंग लैपटॉप, वो भी अमेजिंग डील के साथ. And I can pay आराम से with a 12-month no cost EMI. Crazy!
कहाँ से लिया?
Bro, JBL earbuds at 45% off. उसके ऊपर free Kindle and Audible subscriptions. Can you believe it? अब ये देख.
Whoa.
शांति.
कहाँ से लिया? Sorry.
Hey, you! I'm tracking my run on this new smartwatch I got. Noise का 70% off.
Oh.
मैंने सोचा ऐसी डील पे मैं भी अपनी फिटनेस बढ़ा लूं. Seamless Bluetooth calling. Hey, I'm running towards you. Yeah. ये देख, I just got this Intel Evo laptop in exchange for my old one. 20,000 बच गए. बस 99 rupees में extended warranty. Plus 20% off भी मिल गया. Pretty sweet deal, right?
Totally feel you, bro. This iPad was always on my wish list. Got the latest one at a great deal and saved $8,000 in exchange for my old phone.
Hey, what's up?
सबको इतनी बढ़िया डील्स मिल रही हैं. ये सब कहाँ से लिया?
Amazon से लिया.
Amazon Great Indian Festival से.
Amazon Great Indian Festival पर मिलेंगे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स पर जबरदस्त डील्स, नो कॉस्ट EMI, एक्सचेंज ऑफर और सेम डे डिलीवरी.
अब इंडिया बोलेगा Amazon से लिया.
I can't believe the night lay waste to all we'd given. But honestly, you've gotta know that this ain't living. But we could run from Elysium and let it burn, let it burn. You've gotta know that nothing lasts forever. I can't believe myself. I never thought that this would be our end, but it's nothing new.